and you are lost, and we're just, we're just trying to figure things out. So, for the ones that, and I say too, there's some that really do deceive, and that makes it very difficult. But, for the ones that have just like, we didn't know, we thought it was going to be good for everybody. So it does, I do understand. And, I say that, I've been able to come to that place where I forgive. I just forgive. I mean, when you go through, all the different areas of forgiveness. So, and so another thing, when you say acceptance, absorption of the pain. Now, I know Catherine, or Dr. Coyle, sorry.
Oh, no, we know each other well enough.
Okay. But people, I don't want to go through this, because if I start uncovering that wound, I'm afraid I'm never going to stop crying. And they're afraid to do that. And what I understand is that, I would like to let you explain what that means about the acceptance and the absorption of the pain.
Okay. And that would be the last piece of this working phase. It really begins with a recognition that I will always have some grief about this. This is a part of my life and my partner's life, if that person is grieving. They may not be, but it's never going to go away. It can't be undone, and I need to carry it. So what am I going to do with that pain? And I encourage the men to think about finding ways to prevent it from spilling onto innocent others, to prevent it from exacting retribution to their partner, whoever else they blamed for the abortion. And for the men in particular, I haven't done this program directly with women, but for the men, I saw that as one way they could get back a piece of their masculinity, because this requires strength. And they exercised that strength very well, and were willing to talk about it and understood it was something they had to carry. Now, I think, excuse me, it's important to be careful here not to give them the idea that they can't speak about it, that they can't share their pain in a healthy way. It was really about protecting innocent others from the pain that they would have when they had reminders, for instance, of their loss. And again, I'm happy to say the men, they bought into that, and they saw that, and they were willing to do it. And that shouldn't be a surprise, because they were willing to carry the pain, most of the men I've spoken with, right at the beginning, even while their partner was going through the abortion, by stuffing their emotions. But that's a different kind of stuffing we want to avoid. But the point is, in both cases, they were trying to act like men. During the actual decision-making and procedure, and then later, when they better understood their pain and how they could carry that and protect others at the same time.
And I know we went through that really quick. Is there anything else you'd like to say about that work phase?
No, except that a lot of work, and nothing is on a timetable here. I did this treatment intervention over a 12-week period, but ideally, and it was successful. In 12 weeks, it was successful. We worked hard. We had 2-hour sessions, sometimes 2.5. But I think those people who are working with others, or if someone's trying to get through forgiveness on their own by reading a book, whatever, give yourself time.
Yes.
You can't just make the decision. Your thoughts are going to change before your feelings. So give yourself time and be gentle with yourself as you're working through it.
And I had trauma with my abortion, and so I would, you know, I like what you say, because you do have to be patient with yourself, because I'd learn a little bit and I'd have to kind of go back and I'd have to kind of process it and leave it for a while. And then I'd go back a little bit. And, you know, it is just, you know, being gentle with yourself and, you know, just moving along in the process. The important part is to move forward and not back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so
Let me just make some qualifying statements about that moving forward. Yes, I absolutely agree with you. On the other hand, there's going to be times when any of us who are working on forgiveness, or men in the case of a partner's elective abortion, are going to feel like, gee, I thought I was done with that a while ago, and then I saw her, and I was really angry again. Maybe I haven't forgiven her. And I would encourage people, first of all, congratulate them on their honesty, but second, encourage them not to think that means they're back to square one. It just means there's more work to do, but not to minimize or disparage any of the work that's already been done, because it's hard. It takes a lot of courage to forgive somebody who hurt us deeply.
yeah, I love that. And it's kind of like climbing up that mountain, isn't it? Yeah, I love that analogy. So thank you for that. Okay, so the last phase is outcome or deepening phase. And what can you help us with that?
Okay, well, we've got, I think there's five units there. The first one listed is finding meaning or a new purpose. And I think that can go in either direction. A person might find a new purpose because of abortion. Abby Johnson, great example. And that gives her meaning then to pursue this new purpose. Or it could be somehow we discover some meaning and that guides us into a new purpose. And it doesn't have to be an Abby Johnson starting an organization. It can be very simply some insight into ourselves, who we are meant to be. What are we doing here? I mean, these kinds of deep hurts often trigger the why question. Why did this happen? That's normal, that's natural, that's human. But that doesn't get us anywhere usually. A better question I emphasize with the people I've worked with is what? What have I learned from this? What can I extract from this terrible, painful situation I never looked for? What can I do with this? There's always something to be learned, and not a one of them had difficulty. And again, sometimes it's some insight into oneself, that I need to go slower in relationships. I heard that from a couple guys. I need to get to know somebody before I let the relationship become intimate in a way that creates another life, and then there's pain all around. Or it could be, one guy in particular who is in the pastorate wanted to work with young men. He very much wanted to talk to young men about sexuality and encourage them to be responsible men and to think about what could happen to them. And boy, did he have a powerful story to tell them. You know, it was a testimonial, not just don't do this because. He shared his experience. So that's, I think, real important, and we can all do that in different ways. It might be as simple as, gee, I've been through this, my buddy's going through the same thing, and I got a chance to talk to him. So we need to think about how powerful those lessons can be, even if it's only touching one other human being, because every life is that valuable. The next step is realization that I have needed others' forgiveness in the past. That should be pretty easy for all of us. We don't want to visit a lot of those. regular basis, but we succeed sometimes too. But we're all in it together. I'm not the only one who's been hurt this badly. I'm not the only one who's hurt someone else unfairly. And that's sort of a recognition of the human support group. We're
Yes.
all moving through. And the last step in the outcome phase is awareness of negative affect, meaning negative emotions, and possibly even an increase in positive emotions. But again, I think we need to remember it's easier to change our thoughts than our feelings. So if you can get to the point of, I really wish this person well now. I sincerely do. I do not wish them any harm. You've made big progress. If you can feel compassion as well, great. If you can move to the next challenging step, changing my behavior, praying for that person, sending them a get well card, whatever the situation may be, acknowledging a birthday, good for you. That's great. But you don't have to get to that behavioral to prove it's really a matter of changing thoughts, noticing that's improving and increasing positive emotions towards the offender. And of course, there are some people we can't change our behavior with because they've passed on. But it's definitely possible to forgive those people as well. And we haven't talked about self-forgiveness, but I will say this, the process is very similar. The steps, the phases are identical. It's simply a matter of looking at myself as the offender, trying to reframe the view of myself and be more gentle with myself, more compassionate towards myself. Now, there's always the risk there of rationalizing my behavior.
Right.
But that is ultimately between the individual and whatever God, if they believe in God. But it's an important process. And as you said earlier, you had so much trouble forgiving yourself. And I have heard that repeatedly from men and women. Forgiven me. It's often. And what helped to move men along, the men who were struggling with self-forgiveness, because not all of them were. They really had done everything they could, and they felt no guilt about that. But those who were struggling, it really helped if they were already parents. But I use the analogy of a parent and a child. Your child does something bad. They break a rule, and it's a serious infraction. And you scold that child, and then you open your arms to that child. How would you feel if that child refused to come back into your arms? And that's what we do to the Lord when we don't accept his forgiveness. It's easy for me to say, leave it up here.
And I have my own story is I share because God used that analogy with me. Because one morning I was just going through the mail and the kids were getting ready for school. And my son always, he was always the one ready. And he was in our living room at the time, and he was on the coffee table, and he was just swirling all around the coffee table. And from the kitchen, I hear this scream, "Mom, Mom, Mom, I've ruined the coffee table." And, I'm just like, still just enthralled, just going through this mail that I was so far behind. And I'm like, it's okay. And, I really didn't need to see it just by hearing him, whatever. And he came into the kitchen, and his face was flushed, and he was like, I've ruined it. And so come see. And I'm like, Ethan, it's okay. And so he just insisted. He was just so struck with anxiety. So help him, I went and I said, I looked at the coffee table and he goes, see, I ruined it. And I'm like, Ethan, I forgive you. And he said, Mom, you can't forgive me for this one. And he said, this one. And we went back and forth, and then he fell to his knees, Catherine, and he grasped his head and he's like, oh my gosh, you're going to have to tell Dad when he gets home. And he said, Mom, I will pay for this for the rest of my life with my allowance. And we went back and forth, Ethan, you're forgiven. And then finally he just, it just was so annoying. And I just like, Ethan, my grace is sufficient for you. And Catherine, it was like, this was like just in my transformational moment. And I just felt like God cracked through the skull of my head and said, my dear precious daughter, your grace is sufficient enough for your son who you love, and it's an earthly love.
Mm-hmm.
How much more is my perfectly heavenly love for you? And how much more is my grace sufficient for you? How much more? And that's when I just felt like him, like, you have a choice, just like your son has a choice. He can accept your grace, or he can live in despair over what he had done. And I just felt like he was saying, my dear daughter, my grace is sufficient for you. Which do you decide today? Do you decide to live a life in shame and despair and regret and remorse? Or do you decide to choose my grace, which is sufficient for you, and move beyond this, because this is not who you are? And I just, I lifted my hand up and I said, I choose your grace. And that's how the name for the ministry, Choose Grace International, came about, because we do have to get to that moment. And I'm not saying, I did take responsibility for what I had done, but then there's that grace. And it allowed me, like I said, like to forgive others. But in going through kind of what you had also said, not only self-forgiveness, but also self-acceptance, knowing what you went through and having compassion. There's that self-acceptance to be able to move on.
Yeah.
I wanted to share that because that was just so powerful, because when you were making that analogy, I'm like, yes, I have a story. It was that experience with my own child.
It's a beautiful illustration of forgiveness at two levels there, human and divine, and the power it has when we receive it, because it's there and we don't always take it. I want to say one more thing about forgiveness in general versus reconciliation, because that's another point that some people get stuck with. They think, well, I need to reconcile now. And no, you don't. You can forgive and choose not to be in a relationship. And I think we need to be careful about making that distinction, because some relationships are very unsafe.
Right.
Or so emotionally damaging that it would not be healthy, and we don't need to martyr ourselves to prove our forgiveness.
Right. Very good point. Very good point. And once again, we have some of her segments in here, Dr. Coyle, thank you again. But this is available on Amazon. Do you have it anywhere else that you would like?
I don't even know about Amazon. Years ago, somebody told me it was listed at an exorbitant, absurd price. I don't know why. Life Cycle Books carries it.
Okay, Life Cycle Books, and it's men. Go ahead.
Lifecyclebooks.com, I think, is their website.
And
otherwise, you can contact me, and I'll figure out what to do if there's a problem.
Okay. And in your workbook, we'll have your contact information. But this is a treasure. And to learn more about, I find it intriguing to learn more about men. And, also you can use this as a woman. This forgiveness model is just not, just exclusively for men. So it's very helpful. So I highly recommend it. Well, Dr. Coyle, thank you so much for being here. And any last thoughts?
God bless your ministry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And there's more to come. So continue watching the Summit of Grace.
Thank you.
Welcome back. So that was Catherine Coyle and working with men in abortion and talking about forgiveness. And there's a couple things that I'd like to say in response to that last interview. Part of having an abortion, it's very hard to forgive yourself. I know that for me with my healing that was one of the first things was most difficult for me for self-forgiveness. And I think that's why, Dina, I've spent so long researching why I was able to do such the thing that I did with having an abortion. So one thing like that Catherine Coyle, or not Priscilla Coleman, no, Catherine Coyle, I'm sorry, I'm getting my names mixed up. But she said, Catherine Coyle, to facilitate self-forgiveness, we need to reframe failure by asking ourselves the following question. And these are very helpful for me to help me give myself compassion. What kinds of pressure was I under when the decision to abort was made? What kind of pressure was I at 17? Was I overwhelmed with feelings such as fear and confusion? And I was very fearful. And I'd like to introduce a term that we haven't talked about yet, and that's social pain. And we have a special guest coming, Jessie Gill, and we are going to be talking about some of the neuroscience as well, about who we are as a person, our core being. We are created as being social beings. And there is a term called social pain. And from the book, from the article, Why It Hurts to Be Left Out, they define social pain as the distressing experience arising from actual or potential psychological distance from close others or from the social group. And so psychological distance could include perceptions of rejection, exclusion, and non-exclusion. I want to read that again. We define social pain as the distressing experience arising from actual or potential psychological distance from close others or from a social group. Psychological distance could include perceptions of rejection, exclusion, and non-exclusion. And so I know at 17 when I was pregnant, that was the social pain because I had my high school, I had all my friends. My dad had said if my sister I ever got pregnant, he was going to kick us out of the house. And I believed him. And, I think that he was, hindsight, he was probably doing that to try to help prevent me from getting pregnant. But it developed this social pain, and I didn't know how I was going to survive, let alone myself. But feeling like I would be ostracized from my high school, from something that was very important to me. I loved cheerleading. I loved that whole thing. And just like, I'm not ready to have a baby. And so there was real social pain in that. So helping us to reframe so we can forgive ourselves and also accept ourselves. That was a fear, to be ostracized and alienated.
Right.
And also, another thing as far as the self-forgiveness and self-acceptance, the second one is, from Catherine, is, do I believe that every person has inherent worth as a human being? Do I believe that every person has inherent worth as a human being? And of course I do. I think everyone has inherent worth. If my answer is yes, then am I not a worthy human as well?
That's so good.
Am I not worthy? And I am worthy. And I made a mistake. I made a moral injury. I made a mistake. But that does not take away from my inherent worth.
That's so good. Kaylin, I keep on picturing you at 17 and just wishing I could hug you. Just wishing I could hug that 17-year-old girl. And And I'm so sorry. And when I hear about the social pain, it's like the social pain is not just a fear of, oh, if I get pregnant, it's like no matter what you do, if you get pregnant as a young high school girl, there's the social pain of, oh, you're going to be that girl that's pregnant walking down the graduation, and how will you get treated by the teachers and your peers, and how will you get treated? But then, if you get an abortion and people find out, how will you get treated?
right.
So it's like either way you go, social pain is coming. And I think that's where, I'm not sure if this is right, but I think that's where young people start making it
Right.
just becomes this terrifying thing. I just keep on thinking about young Kaylin and like, oh, I love her.
And it's not who I am, because so many times you're like, I murdered my own child. But that is not who I am. I care. I would have done such a thing. But and we're going to be talking later on about grooming, how we. And remember, the purpose of reframing is not to excuse ourselves, but to better understand why we behaved as we did. And that's what my years of why did I behave that way. And as we reframe, we come to understand our behavior. We will begin to feel compassion for ourselves as vulnerable human beings. And yes, I was vulnerable. And so many times when you have an unplanned pregnancy, it's a crisis situation. And the way our brains work is, on the left side of the brain, we go into survival mode. What do I need to survive? Because that social pain, I didn't want to be ostracized.
Right.
So it becomes more, and people need to really understand this, it becomes more about being unpregnant. You do not allow yourselves to have the emotion of the baby because your mind is, I need to be unpregnant because I need to survive. Does that make sense?
It
The
makes
social
so
pain?
much sense. And I feel like that element, that kind of helps studies. People say that they feel relief, but it's just because it might not be just, I don't want to say just because, but that first crisis wave is over.
Yes, it's exactly. You said it so well, because now I'm unpregnant. Now I can go back home, pretend like nothing happened, and my parents never knew. Well, I later on apologized, but at that time my crisis was over, but I was changed. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean that it just, I hope that just makes so much sense. Yeah. Okay, so you have something.
I do. I have something. So as we're talking right now and we're referring to some of these different speakers and some of these different sessions, there is so much in the Summit of Grace event library of content, and we want you to have it. And Kaylin has generously reduced the price to well under $2 a session, of only $79, so that you can get access and just keep this access forever to all of the live videos, the workbooks, all of these 40 interviews, and just continue to go through the content. Some of these videos you'll want to watch multiple times. I know I watched Kurt Thompson's interview the day that you did it. I watched it again, and then I watched some of it today, and I would watch it again because there's so much there to kind of digest and apply to your own life, and then you grow a little bit, and then you come back and check on the content and get a little bit more. So I want that for you. I want for all of these videos for you to be able to just go at your own pace, come back to it, know that you'll be on this journey for a while and have us with you and have these interviews with you. So someone who purchases the All Access Pass today from our summitofgrace.com page, someone who purchases today will randomly select someone, and you will win one of our Summit of Grace mugs that we are super excited to have. And we actually, on the back of the mug, have our two hands logo. And you'll also win a Summit of Grace shirt. I love the pink so much, but if pink is not your color, we also have a forest green and a white option, and we're so excited to give this to someone who gets the all access pass. And Caitlin, I would love if, have we shared with our audience what the logo means?
Well, when you just said that, I'm like, maybe we said it yesterday, but we didn't today. So, and this is just a perfect time to bring it in because of the shame piece. And so when I was at the lowest, my son, well, I really wasn't at my lowest, but I was still very shamed. And one day my son came in, he was waiting for his sisters to get ready for school. And he had a belt buckle on, and he was on the coffee table in the living room. And he was just going all over, on his belly, just going all over the coffee table. I'm going through the mail, and I hear this screaming, "Mom, Mom, Mom, I've ruined the coffee table, I've ruined the coffee table." I'm just still focused, and, I'm like, it's okay. It was like a garage sale item anyway, but he's like, no, I've ruined the coffee table. And he came in, he was flushed with anxiety. I'm like, it's okay, I forgive you. No, you have to come see, And so I look, and he's just terrorized, with what he's done. And so I go to the coffee table, and there's scratches. And I said, yeah, and he's like, "You're never going to forgive me. You're never going to give." And I said, I forgive you. And he's like, "Mom, you cannot forgive me for this one." Oh. And I'm like, "Ethan, my grace is sufficient for you." And at that point, I felt the heavens open up and God saying, "Kaylin, your grace is sufficient for your son. How much more is my heavenly grace for you?" And I reached up and I said, "I choose your grace." And so that's how the hands, it's silver because we are being refined through the fire, and it's his gold because he is the king.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah, so.
I've heard that story, of course, before, but every single time I'm like on the edge of my seat because it's so beautiful.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. So next we have a speaker. We have Priscilla Coleman. This is a wonderful interview, and she talks about her research, and this is a key piece to understanding the moral injury of abortion and how it parallels with the moral injury with combat veterans. I hope you enjoy it. Well, welcome back to the Summit of Grace. And today we have a wonderful guest, Dr. Priscilla Coleman. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Coleman. And tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, thanks, Kay. It's wonderful to be here to talk
Thank
with you.
you.
I've actually been studying the psychological impact of abortion for about 25 years now. My original interest in the topic came from stories of people that I had known, friends, even family members, a roommate in college who underwent an abortion in the late 70s, early 80s, and I saw some real serious trauma in women, yet the psychological literature didn't seem to reflect the profound nature of it. So I was studying psychology, didn't know what direction I necessarily wanted to go in. My undergrad degree was in general psych, and then I did a master's in general psych. Still not quite sure what topic to take on. I knew that if I studied abortion, it would be contentious. It wouldn't be an easy career. But I felt led to pursue this topic for the so many women who are out there suffering and really didn't have any external validation for what they were undergoing. So in my doctoral program, I went on for my PhD after having 3 children. That was not a cakewalk. But I was mostly studying at that time, because this was such a politically incorrect topic to be pursuing. I began by studying the transition to parenting, mothers' ideas about the changes in the role, what their lives would be like, and so forth. So the master's thesis was on that, transition to parenting. And then in my doctoral program, I studied maternal self-efficacy beliefs, which relate to knowledge of appropriate parenting behavior and confidence in doing those behaviors. And it was kind of a hot topic. So that's what most of my PhD work dealt with. But on the side, I was sneaking and doing work on abortion. And so I did a few studies, and it was showing that not only do women suffer, but the men suffer. And it just interests me so much more than the parenting research. And there were plenty of people doing research on parenting and attachment, early social and emotional development. So there was a pressing need for academics to take on this topic. My advisor wasn't too happy about it, but I pursued it anyway. And I met Dr. Wanda Franz, who taught in this at the same university at West Virginia University. And so we met, and she introduced me to some people, and that's kind of how I got going. And then once I finished my PhD, I began publishing on this topic. My first academic job was at the University of the South in Sewanee, Tennessee. I was there for 4 years, quite a bit, and then it didn't feel too comfortable there. It's affiliated with the Episcopal Church, but they really didn't like the work I was doing. I was feeling uncomfortable. I wanted a place to work where there was true academic freedom, where I could study when I wanted to do. So in 2002, I took a job at Bowling Green State University, where I've been ever since. They've been great. I received tenure early. I was promoted to full professor. I didn't have any issues with my topic. I'm sure there are plenty of people on campus who would rather that I take a hike and go somewhere else. But I keep a pretty low profile, and I just publish. And now, almost 20 years later, I've published about close to 60 journal articles, and the majority have to do with the psychological impact of abortion. I also study the decision process, how women arrive at that decision, what are the risk factors for traumatic experiences with abortion. So it's really a large area of study. In fact, I don't know how much more you'd like it, but probably the most important contribution I've made is in 2011, I published, and this is what resulted in a lot of travel because it got a lot of press worldwide, not in the US, but I published a meta-analysis in 2011 in the British Journal of Psychiatry. And so it stands as the largest study in the world on abortion, on the mental health implications.
Is it this one?
Yeah, that's it. And so maybe people may not know what a meta-analysis is. Basically, it's a quantitative review of the literature. So it incorporated data from 22 separate studies to measure the overall impact. And larger studies are given more weight, so it's considered a higher level of evidence than just a single study. And my bottom line result was women who had an abortion compared to women who didn't have an abortion were 81% more likely to have some type of a psychological problem afterwards. I looked at substance abuse, which is probably the strongest effect that we see in the literature, possibly because women don't want to share the experience, and so that's a way to self-medicate. So there's a strong link with substance abuse problems, and then depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts and behaviors. And so looked at all of that in the meta-analysis, and so I often bring that up when I speak, and when I do a lot of legal work, helping states defend abortion restrictions, and I also just kind of serve as like a consultant to people, to pregnancy centers, anyone who needs information.
Well, I just want to thank you right off the bat, because did you say you've been involved in 60 publications?
About 60. I don't know. I need to count them before my deposition.
That's incredible. So I've read several, and you've just helped me so much understand myself. And so I thank you for that work. And, you know, like the things that you were saying, I've been check, you know, yeah, those are the things, and they're very real.
Right.
And, you know, I tell people, yeah, they're, you know, sometimes that, you know, you can put everybody in a number, like 1 out of 4 women and
Right.
millions and millions, but, you know, what we're lacking are the stories. And you've helped capture that in a lot of your work. And I appreciate the time that you've spent, because I know that you've helped so many women just like myself.
Oh, I appreciate that, hearing that. Thank you, Kate. And it is rewarding because people like you are brave and are outspoken, and what you're doing is critically important for the millions of women who have been silent about their abortions. They don't feel comfortable discussing them. And I think it is an individual experience. Some people are comfortable, some people aren't. But with highly visible women out there, for those who are more reticent, it can enhance their healing. So many feel like they're alone and they've done something no one else would do, when in fact, I think the numbers are down, but about 1 in 25 women by the age of 45 will have had an abortion. It used to be the statistic back about when I first started doing this back in the late 90s was 43% by age 45. So the numbers are declining, thank God, but it's just a common experience that many people don't feel comfortable talking about.
Well, and this is going to be a difficult segment because you have worked with late-term abortion. And, you know, we really haven't addressed that at this summit. And so, you know, I just caution people, it can be a heavy topic, but I think it's necessary, you know, if we're going to start trying to reach women and to help them heal. That's why I'm doing this summit, because I just know the shame, the guilt, the depression, just how my life was and how my life is now. I just, you know, I have a passion, you know, you don't have to live like that. There is hope. And you know, a lot of it, Dr. Coleman, is just understanding how, you know, so many times it's what led me up. Why did I do that? Or why couldn't I just learn at 1? Why did I have to have 4 or 5? Or, you know, why did I have a late-term abortion? That is not me. I am not that kind of person. So I just think for understanding within the grace, you know, there's no condemnation. Let's just understand it and to see how we can move on. So please take however long you want and just talk about the late-term abortion and what you'd like to share.
Okay. Before I move on to that, I think you raised an important point. People trying to understand how they could have done it or whatever. What happens when women are in a crisis pregnancy center, they may get information, and if they happen to go into one, but so many women just make the decision on their own. They don't consult, they don't take time. We're now instituting waiting period bills, which have really helped women formulate a decision that they're comfortable with. And the data suggests that with waiting periods, at least 8% change their mind, even when it's only a day or 2. So the issue is that women are in a crisis state trying to make a life-changing decision. And when you're in a crisis state, you're not thinking like you normally would. You're much more emotional, less rational. And so the decisions are made in this kind of aberrant state. And then once it's over with and our brains kind of return to normal, there's this sense of, how did I do that? And in some ways you could argue it wasn't your decision. You were just in this horrible state. And, and it felt like, and you hear this a lot, that women feel like it's either my life or this baby's life. And a good percentage of women who undergo abortions understand or believe that the fetus is a human being, but they don't see any way out. They feel like their life will end if they have the baby. And so I don't think we offer enough in terms of options or in states where we do, women don't seem to find the resources. There's so much more available than ever before, but part of the problem is connecting women to people who will help them to choose life. So then on to late-term abortion. Well, I think the current statistics are in the United States, these statistics are from about 2016, approximately 55,000 abortions occur from 14 weeks and beyond. And so when a woman decides on an abortion at a later stage, the procedure that is used in the United States, they outlawed the partial birth procedure, but what they actually do, the D&E, dilation and evacuation procedure, is actually, to me, as I'm not a doctor, a physician, I'm a PhD, so just from like a lay perspective on which procedure is more horrific, what we currently do seems almost more barbaric to me than the partial birth, because the standard way for a second trimester abortion and later to be conducted is what is literally happening is the baby is alive in the womb, and the doctor takes forceps and begins to dismember, pulls legs off, pulls arms off, and that's how the baby dies through the dismemberment process. I'm currently working with Indiana on a dismemberment bill, and what they are trying to do there is they passed a law, but it's been challenged, where in order for a late-term procedure to be conducted like that, the abortion provider would have to quickly terminate the life of the baby with a shot to the heart of medication, and then when they're being dismembered, they're already deceased, and the abortion providers are vehemently objecting to this, claiming that it's more dangerous for the woman, and there's a lot of data on it indicating that it's actually could be safer for the woman, but definitely when you look at all the literature, it does not uniformly show it introduce more risk to the woman. So,
Well, that shows my ignorance, because I thought they already did that. I thought that they already had done the needle to the heart. So
some states, I'm not sure if other states have passed, like some have attempted to ban late-term abortions, but in our country,
they're necessary. I just want to clarify that they're not necessarily putting the needle in the heart sometimes, though, right? So the baby would.
the baby feels, but the goal is for the termination to be fast, because the dismemberment process takes a little time, and so I think it's really not even debatable that there's pain experienced with the later abortions. Like the time frame for when, I'm not someone who studies fetal pain, but from what I've read, it seems unlikely that early in the second trimester there would be much pain, but definitely like when you're getting over 20 weeks, all of the pain receptors are intact, and so I think there's very good evidence that for the majority of these procedures, there will be pain experienced. So the idea is to just make it, it's hard to call it making it more humane when you're terminating a life, but just less, less brutal, I guess is the only way to put it. But, and when I am involved in these types of cases, my position is to address the psychological implications. And many women who undergo a D&E abortion, they don't even realize that what's going on, how it's taking place, either because they're not presented with the information clearly enough, or they just don't process it to get through the procedure, but then they may find out later, and they're already at higher risk for being traumatized because it is a later procedure. And obviously with later procedures, women are more aware of the presence of the fetus. They're between 16 and 20 weeks, we start to feel fetal movement. And so they're much more aware of the baby. They often have delayed their decisions because they weren't sure or they were being pressured. A lot of adolescents are prone to later abortions because they're hiding it. And so they're already kind of primed to have a very traumatic experience if it's later, and easily close to 40%. And then if they find out how the baby died, that can just exacerbate the traumatic reaction. And that's why I just think this is so important, especially with the way that our political environment is right now, and the extremes between the states. Some states trying to completely eradicate abortion, other states, the 8 states that I wrote down the states that I can share which ones they are, but people could look that up. I know, here they are: Alaska, Colorado, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, and Vermont all allow unrestricted abortion right up until birth. So we're just all over the place with this, even though there's science that tells us exactly, what development looks like at every week of gestation. So we know what's involved. It's just that there are different ideas about the humanity of the fetus. To me, it's just absolutely undeniable. If it's a few weeks or a day before the child would have been born, how can it not be human based on the location in the birth canal? So.
Right. So talk to us about, so the woman has had a late-term abortion, and talk to us about, some of the psychological or, the moral implications that you've seen.
Okay, well, I think in terms of the psychological, the impact is similar. Like if women have earlier abortions, they're compared to birth or compared to not having had any reproductive event, they're more likely to experience anxiety that takes the form of post-traumatic stress disorder or generalized anxiety. Some will develop phobias. So there's a range of anxiety conditions. There's also a greater probability of depression, suicidal thoughts and behaviors, and substance abuse problems. So those outcomes are, those are the ones we know the most about, and you see them across the whole pregnancy period with termination, but they're more likely to be present with later term procedures, and they're more likely to be more serious and long lasting. And I think that, the reason that such a significant percentage of women experience trauma with abortion or mental health problems is because so many, if you were to just randomly poll people whether or not they're pregnant, ask them about the human status of the fetus, or if they see it as a moral dilemma to undergo an abortion, between 25 and 50% of people, the ones having abortions, will say they see it as a moral dilemma, and it's probably even higher in the general population. So for years and years, the pro-choice community has tried to pitch it as like any other procedure, that medical procedure, when it's distinct. It involves two separate biological entities. There isn't a medical procedure like it. And so it's processed differently. Because
You just mentioned a good point. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt.
Okay.
And I hadn't thought, I thought about this at one point, but that you just helped me remember it. But it's just like no other surgical procedure is there a moral dilemma. That's basically what you're saying, right?
Well, I don't know, because I'm not familiar.
It would make sense.
It's a unique type of dilemma for sure. I'm sure a lot of other procedures involve some moral implications or moral issues, but in terms of involving two unique human beings and the termination of one, it's unique in that way.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, what else? I mean, those are kind of the basics with late term, and it's timely now because of what's going on in each state, where people they're either trying to extend it right up till birth, or they're trying to restrict it based on weeks of gestation. But we don't have a single state that has outlawed it before 20 weeks.
Well, in my state, in Virginia, they were even going past even, having not gendercide, but, if the baby's born alive, what do we do then? And it was to where the decision can be made. And so it's like,
Remember that, your governor.
where are you going to draw the line? And I think for me, it was when it was celebrate your abortions, when that happened, where it was up, like in New York, where it was passed about right up to the birth, and they were even talking about infanticide, that I'm like, that is enough. Where are you going to take it? I mean, there's just no limits. So
Right, and there are other countries that take a more reasoned approach that just don't allow it past the first trimester. It ranges so dramatically. I've traveled a few times to Australia to do presentations, and what's interesting about Australia is each state has their own regulations, and that's what would happen if Roe is overturned. It would go to the states like it is in Australia. And at the time that I was there last was 2013, so it's shifted, I'm sure. But in Victoria, abortion was allowed right up until birth, but in Queensland, it was illegal. Yet the numbers were similar, like 1 in 3 pregnancies ended in abortion, and the legal status didn't seem to have much impact. But so it's just, and then there are other countries that recently have allowed abortion, like Ireland and Chile, that where previously you were not allowed to secure an abortion unless it was for the health or life of the mother. So I think Malta may still not allow abortion, but it's really being liberalized throughout the world.
So I know there's, the general public, a lot of times, they they base a lot of their knowledge by the American Psychological Association. And, they had that report, 2008, I have a copy of it here, but the APA Task Force on Mental Health and Abortion.
Right.
And, the way, and we've had Martha Shuping on speaking about it, but the way I see it is, and you're the top researcher, but that, and you were a formal reviewer of this, is that correct?
That's
okay.
Correct.
But when I was reading it and studying it, they use different conceptual frameworks. But then I also saw, and I'm sure you can speak to this, how they reduced it.
Study.
Well, and one study, how they reduced, like it was your first pregnancy or your first abortion, and it wasn't like they didn't test like women that have multiple abortions or
Right.
Yeah, it was just so reduced. And then to say in their final statement, we do not see any harm, or that it looks as if it's as easy to get an abortion as it is to have a baby. Well, people rely on that information. And so what happens to me, or, I knew in my own experience, no, I know other women, and I know that that's not true. But the general public, they don't see that. They don't see that the women are hurting. And like I had said, we're more than a number. All of our abortions have stories. And there's ambivalence, there's that moral piece, and there's also, life. It's a blob of tissue, and then, when you see later on what's happening, then you're traumatized. So just if you can speak to that research, and, you were the formal reviewer of it, what your thoughts are on the report.
I have a lot of thoughts about that APA report. I've written a lot about the report. I testify about the report, but just my personal experience of it, I agreed to be a reviewer, and I think I received the document in 2007 around the early November. And then I was headed to Portugal for a speaking engagement, and I opened up the packet on the plane. I thought I was going to have a heart attack because they left out so much of the literature, and it was so biased, so crafty, that I just had to close it and thought, oh my gosh, well, I'll get to this soon. But and then I was concerned that they wouldn't even pay attention to my feedback, which was what actually happened. But anytime I have a task like that in front of me, I do my best to share the truth and object to the claims and so forth. But so I went on my trip, got back and got to work. And I remember I teach undergraduate students at Bowling Green State University. And I remember after class, a student came up to me. She knew I studied abortion, and she said, I have a roommate it's going to be 1 year since she had an abortion, and she wants to have this remembrance party, and I don't know if that's healthy. And, so she had all these questions. This poor girl had such concern for her roommate. And I was thinking about just saying to the APA, when you decide to do an actual exhaustive review of the literature, I'll be happy to serve as a reviewer. But after that interaction with the student, I thought, now I just have to do this and do the best I can with it. And so I dissected it along with the other reviewers, and we were able to correspond with one another, I think, and I don't think in the process, but maybe afterwards. So David Ferguson from New Zealand, who was you may be familiar with his work, he published a few large studies in 2006, 2008, and then another one maybe 4 or 5 years ago. But he predominantly studied other topics, but this man had published over 500 journal articles, several books, and he was a very honest scientist because he assumed his data was going to demonstrate that abortion is benign. Instead, he found dramatic effects. And so he was very committed to honest, evidence-based information. And so we ended up corresponding quite a bit after the review. We shared concerns that the APA ignored our feedback. Sadly, I just found out he passed away a year or two ago. I didn't realize that till recently, but he was a very courageous individual who just stood up to the media, and he was clear about his findings. He said something systematic is going on here. We need to give this more attention. And then he was very helpful to me personally. He was an external reviewer when I was for promotion, for tenure and promotion to full professor. He wrote reviews of my work. He was very supportive of my work, thought it was good science. He wrote a very nice review. When the meta-analysis was published in 2011, there was a lot of negative comments, but he wrote a very supportive comment about the integrity of the analysis and so forth. So he had a lot of, just a lot of credibility. And some of the issues that we both identified, and I also have, I think Rachel McNear was also a reviewer. I don't know if you're familiar with her.
Yeah, we've recorded her as well. She's an interview. Yeah.
So she can talk about from the perspective of the providers. That's her.
She was actually, Rachel kind of blew my mind because she was kind of like talking over me, over my head a little bit. I'm like, I told my, one of my staff members that, I'm going to have to really go through that interview again because she introduced some topics that I was not aware of. So she was excellent. Yeah.
Yeah. So she was a reviewer as well. It's hard to decide what is the most important criticism. I think they looked at several different kinds of studies, and with the different types of studies, they excluded large portions of the data. For the studies that looked at comparison groups, where there was a woman who aborted compared to women who carried to term, they failed to include like 40 international studies. It was a selective review, and then when they were critiquing the different studies, they had shifting standards based on the results that were derived. So if a study illustrated that women don't tend to suffer from mental health problems, it was rated higher. The work that we were involved in was dismissed, and they would kind of cherry pick a flaw. Every study has some methodological shortcomings, and so they would, they'd say things like, if there was a particular study they didn't like the results of, they would say, well, they failed to control for marital status. Well, yet the study may have had many other controls. So it just kind of nitpicking, and then a free pass on methodological concerns for the studies that demonstrated that, that abortion's benign. Like the studies that were, Brenda Major, who was one of the chair people of the APA review, she conducted this longitudinal study. I don't remember how far out she went, but I know most of her data was published based on how women were processing this abortion 3 weeks after the procedure out of Buffalo, New York. So the sample was around 500 or so. Many studies generated from that same data set in the 80s and the 90s. Yet at 3 weeks, they lost 60% of the sample. So they're reporting data on 40%. And obviously women who are traumatized are not going to want to come back and fill out a survey. So it's an absolutely skewed sample. You see that dramatically with the turnaway studies that are getting a lot of press these days. They ended up with only 17.5% of the original sample. And yet they've generated almost 50 journal articles on a really poor methodology. So another issue with the APA was they ended up eliminating studies for various reasons, and then they finally conclude that there's only one decent study in all the world literature by Gilchrist, published in 1995, and yet that study had major flaws with it. And when I critique it, I often bring up a Wilkinson study that was produced by the APA. I think it was the result of a task force where they sternly warn about drawing any conclusions based on a single study. And here the task force on abortion and mental health drew a massive conclusion from one study. It was pathetic review. It deviated from scientific protocol in so many ways, and it aligned with a political statement that they made, I believe it was in 1969, where they declared abortion a civil right. So a scientific organization shouldn't be so politicized, but sadly it is. And that's true with other, like the American Medical Association, the mainstream professional organizations often are committed to a pro-choice perspective. And they don't publish studies that show ill effects. They accept studies that are horribly flawed into top journals, and then all that people see are the bullet points from the press. Study in JAMA Psychiatry shows that women are not harmed by abortion, and the average person doesn't know what to look for. And in those news reports, they're not going to even mention the flaws to begin with. They assume that the peer review process teases out poor science. Well, that absolutely does not occur. I teach research methods at the university, and I'm always I'm always underscoring the importance of a basic understanding of science so that we can all be more effective consumers of news reports. But it was a devastating blow to have such a horrible piece of work hit our culture.
Well, and Dr. Coleman, so that's that. And then, so what happens with women and men who are impacted, that they have these feelings about their trauma with abortion? And, what happens is they feel like they're the freak. Oh, well, everybody else is fine. What's wrong with me? Why am I feeling this way? So, there are so many devastating consequences by being so narrow. And mental health professionals depend on, the American Psychological Association. And so when they're seeing a client in their office that is struggling with an abortion, they don't have the right, they don't have all of the information that they need to help with that client. Right. And so it just is, to me, it's tragic. and what I want to see. So I'm working on my PhD. I love the research piece, but what frustrates me is when I go out there to look for the literature for the like for APA, for these, mental health journals where we're trying to get research, is do a study that's maybe 10 or 20 years out. Because as we know, trauma grows. If you're trying to cope with not thinking about your abortion like I did for so many years, and then 7 years later, I see an ultrasound and I see a baby,
Right.
I'm traumatized. And I started having nightmares and such. Well, okay, so I even tried to step it down even more. I had attachment difficulties with my first child because I felt like I was a monster. What's going on with me? I think I'm going crazy. And continuing on until I just hit rock bottom and I sought out therapy because of my shame and grief. I mean, I wanted to die because I'm like, this is too much pain. So I just think it's just so sad that it's such a disservice because, and not only that, I mean, even do a study 20 years out, because I know too that there's older women that they have had their abortion early, have chose a career, they've gone through the whole career, now they're retired, now what? And a lot of times and you can maybe address this, but now they're thinking about their abortion and what they lost. So they've gone through all these years kind of in denial, and then here is this big elephant that I've been trying to hide from all this time.
Yeah, it really is sad. And for years, I've been a proponent of much longer term studies so that we can look at kind of the lifespan impact on women and their families and future children. We've done some studies that do look at partners' reactions, but also the future children's mothers, like attachment, like you mentioned, or just, and I think the literature generally shows women who have suffered from an abortion and have not really healed will tend to be overprotective, over-hovering. And we do see a lot of that today, just in general, the kind of helicopter parenting. So they're overprotective, fearful that something will happen to this baby because for religious reasons or whatever. They're just afraid that because they went through the abortion that now this new child will be taken from them. And so there's that, and then there's kind of a holding back or withdrawing emotional support because of the pain, and so they aren't able to connect as easily with the baby. So we do see that it does have an impact on families, on children, on spouses. And there was one study that was published not too long ago looking at women at menopause, because that's a point where, your reproductive time's over. And so many of the women who chose abortion didn't end up having children. And so there was a lot of loss at that point. We also, not too long ago, worked with CareNet all over the country and did some qualitative research. The meta-analysis that I mentioned earlier was a quantitative review. So with a quantitative review, you're working with data that's relatively simplistic. So one of the goals with this big study, we have now published a couple papers on it. We got close to 1,000 women who participated. The recruitment was from women who went to a crisis pregnancy center for some type of a post-abortion support group. And then, so that's how they were recruited. So the women were all women who had some significant difficulty, so kind of a clinical sample. But for many of these women, it had been 50 years since the abortion, many, many years. And we had a qualitative component where we asked them to describe what was the hardest, most difficult aspect of this abortion, and were there any positive impacts? Because people are always saying, there's really no literature showing that abortion's good for women. The culture has assumed that without any data to support it. And so it was really interesting responses. And for so many of these women, it had many, many years. And most of the women in our sample, or at least a significant percentage, had found healing, often through religious conversion or deepening of their faith, and felt forgiven and were doing fine. But they described years of just horrible trauma and feeling alone and so forth. And
I am drawing on that to help parallel the moral injury piece. So I am using your study and my research right now because a lot of what you say, you know, like the shame. Do you remember what that topic was? I have several of your articles here. Was it the women who suffered emotionally from abortion, the qualitative synthesis of their experiences?
yeah, that's it.
This is, I mean, I've got another one home. I have it just all highlighted, but yeah, it's an excellent article. It's an excellent article that parallels the moral injury piece and PTSD. So yeah, this is going to be used in my study when I study the moral injury piece. So good.
But I do think you raised an important point about professionals not being trained with this type of trauma, and that so when women go for help and are often reticent about sharing their abortion experience, they're not even asked if they've had reproductive losses, and so essentially the therapist is engaging to try to help people, missing the main source of the trauma. And so
That's interesting you said that. So I had I was counseling a woman that I saw her for the first time. She had been with a therapist for, I think she was like 7 or 8 years. She spent one session with me, and all we did was we just did that timeline. So, when did you, start feeling, and it was at the abortion. And it was just like, I mean, she kind of felt like I've wasted 7 years not pinpointing this. And so we were able to work on it, and it was just like her biggest aha moment.
And if the women's movement and society is telling women that, it's not a serious trauma, women might think, it can't be that, it's got to be something else, and so there's so much deception around the whole procedure. But I do firmly believe that there have been enough women who have undergone an abortion and have experienced so much difficulty and trauma that they can't hide it anymore. It's bubbling up everywhere. Women are sharing their stories with the younger generation. I've noticed that just in teaching college now for almost 30 years that students tend to be less affirming of abortion, and a lot of their reasoning tends to just be about the trauma. Like I remember one student saying, I had a grandmother had an abortion and she had such a horrible life, so those stories are being told within families and within communities. And so a lot of people now more than ever are seeing a huge discrepancy between what the professionals are telling people being trained to work in the counseling professions with what's actually going on. So it's,
and I find it interesting, though, too, like with the APA task force, they also talk about there are presenting factors that could lead someone to have difficulty with it. And they do say in their report that, if you have a moral issue with it, that you are highly likely. So it does pave the way, doesn't it, to be able to research the moral injury piece, especially what they're finding with combat veterans, that some combats, they might have PTSD, or they might be able to come back from war, and heal, but there's some that don't. And they're finding that moral injury piece. And so it just, to me, it's just a comparison that I think needs so much research and
for one of the cases I was on, it was South Dakota's 1166 bill. We had complete victory out there, but and what came after that was this 1217 bill that I'm currently on. So basically the first time around, we won. And so women in South Dakota who seek an abortion have to be told that they're going to experience an increased risk for depression and suicide. And then this next bill that has followed, and we've been litigating this for a long time. I think they retained me in 2011, so it's been an ongoing process. But one of my responsibilities early on was to look at all of the studies on risk factors to identify which women, what in terms of personal factors, situational, just demographic, who's at risk, who's most likely to experience trauma, because they passed, and then they subsequently passed a law mandating that providers share information on women at risk. It's still kind of at a standstill because of an injunction. But so my search of the literature, I began with 400 studies. I whittled it down to 125, and then ended up identifying the strongest risk factors for psychological trauma. So a woman have a right to know if they fall into one of these high-risk groups. And the top ones were having a religious or moral objection to abortion, or even just being highly religious, or having an ideology that conflicts with abortion. So there's the belief systems, there's ambivalence when women are not sure about the procedure and experience a lot of difficulty making that decision. Coercion or pressure, another big factor, and it's much more pronounced than people realize. Related to the coercion is the point that when women enter an abortion facility, 30% of them will currently be involved in a domestic violence situation. And Planned Parenthood and the other providers will, not even get that information. Or if they do, they're motivated to quickly get the woman through the procedure and take her and let her go back to the abusive spouse, rather than providing a safety net. Because more than any other type of service, the percentages of women presenting for care, you can call it that, are victims of domestic violence. So there's pressure or coercion, sometimes within the context of an abusive relationship, sometimes within the context of a decent, good marriage, where the husband just doesn't want to have another child, or adolescents often are the recipients of pressure from parents and spouses. And so those are the biggest ones: the ambivalence, the pressure and coercion, younger age, religious, moral views of abortion.
Well, we haven't really even talked about, what I think sometimes gets lost in the literature is, if you're religious, if you're with the church, they're making you feel bad about the abortion because they're saying no. But what that does is it disregards the conscience. And we have a conscience deep within inside of us. And so I think that that's part of the moral injury piece, because it deals with the conscience, how you're feeling at your core being.
We published a study that addressed that in 2004. It was a cross-cultural study comparing women's experience in the U.S. to Russia. And interestingly, we found pretty similar rates of women viewing the abortion as a moral problem, or to being morally opposed. And they're very different cultures. So in the U.S., there may be women outside sidewalk counseling, trying to influence people not to have an abortion. So and so the other side will say, if a woman has an abortion and feels bad, it's because of those protesters, not external reasons. But in Russia, they don't have any of that going on. At that time, up to 90% of pregnancies were ending abortion. So there wasn't any culture supporting that idea that it's, that it's a result of interactions or what the culture is telling us. So it was a good comparison because of such different environments, yet women in the US and Russia felt the same way, suggesting it's internal, that there's, that belief that there's something wrong with this procedure for a lot of women.
Well, it just doesn't make sense. Like I was sharing in a different interview, when a cat is pregnant, they're going to have kittens. When a dog is pregnant, they're going to have puppies. And when a woman's pregnant, she's going to have a baby. It takes more effort to say, oh, it's just a fetus or it's just a blob of tissue.
Right.
But really, you're going to have a baby, right? So it's just hard to, it just takes more effort to not think of it that way, in my opinion. But
And it does seem like the pro-choice side has acknowledged that more because they can't really deny it. So then they just elevate the needs and wants of the woman. And so there's almost acceptance or admission that it involves terminating a life, yet they believe and promote the idea that it's okay because it's the woman's body and all of that. But I just see a little more recognition in the pro-choice community for the fact that it's not just a blob of tissue or it's like they have to admit it and then deal with it now, and express.
well, unfortunately, so I help with crisis calls, and I'm getting crisis calls where they're still saying, like, especially with this RU486. And I've had women call me and say, they just said it was a mass of tissue, but it's a baby, I saw it. And they're in a traumatic moment because they're holding it in their hand.
Yes. Yeah.
And so, it's like, we need to better prepare, better educate. So
The medication abortion or chemical abortion is potentially a much more traumatic experience for women. I think it was pitched, or some women may see it as just not ending a pregnancy, but starting menstruation, or somehow self-deceive themselves like that. But there are certain aspects of the medication abortion that make it particularly prone to inducing mental health problems. What you just said, they encounter the fetus, they're often alone, so they're not there with any support. It's often takes place in their bathrooms in their homes, so then their home becomes a traumatic trigger for them. They are actually taking the pill themselves, and so there's no middle person. So just I just think we're only beginning to see the devastation caused by that type of procedure. And now with COVID, I'm also on a case that we're involving several states, and the FDA and the American Medical Association, or it's the FDA trying to defend the idea that women need to go to a clinic to receive the pills. But now with COVID, they're trying, the other side is trying to fast track a case. It may go to the Supreme Court actually fairly soon, wherein women won't have to do that they can just, pick up the prescription, or they won't have to actually go to the facility. So there'll be no contact with the providers, no direct information disseminated about the risks and so forth. So just,
And we interviewed Dr. Donna Harrison, who speaks about that. And, for the viewers, that want to know more, it's very dangerous. And it would be worth your time, to watch Dr. Harrison's interview.
I know her really well. Yeah, she's great. Done
So I know I've kept you over time. I could just talk to you all day. Do you have any last closing thoughts that you would like to share?
I guess I'm encouraged by there being so much more information out there, and not only are women more willing to tell their stories, but researchers are more willing to take on this topic. When I first started publishing in the early 90s, it was such a taboo subject that people saw it as academic suicide if you decided to pursue this. But now there are research groups all over the world studying it and coming up with similar results. There's been many large-scale studies just published in the last couple of years, population-based studies where they're not just using a small sample from Buffalo, New York, like Brenda Major, but they're actually polling everybody in the entire country. And so the quality of the studies is stronger. The evidence is clear. A significant percentage of women do suffer psychologically. And we have evidence that the people involved in providing an abortion, the nurses, the staff, the doctors themselves, experience some trauma as well. So it doesn't seem to be good for anybody.
Okay. Well, Dr. Coleman, thank you so much for joining us and sharing all of your information and your insights and your research. And Thank you for your work. I know I, for one, really appreciate it.
Thanks, Kay. It's really nice speaking with you, and I appreciate the opportunity to share.
Well, welcome back. This is the Summit of Grace, the moral injury of abortion. And I hope you enjoyed the last segment. I know I sure did and learned a lot. We have a very special live guest with us. His name is Jesse Gill. Jesse, thank you so much for joining us today. And he is an expert, so tell the audience a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Well, one of my passions is attachment theory. So I'm a Christian psychologist, and there's this beautiful, rich theory that describes the way that God ordained for all human relationships to be bonded together. And this helps us to everything from regulate our central nervous systems, to have a sense of safety, a sense of belonging, a sense of connection. Attachment is the way that we physically and emotionally experience love. So, of course, this directly applies to anything that is about human relationships. So we're talking about moms and, you know, the relationship to the love in your heart and the relationship to the baby that was or is inside of you. So, yeah.
And I've often said that when I was 17, you know, I didn't feel like I had that motherly instinct.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I wasn't one that, you know, when I was young thinking, oh, I want to grow up to be a mommy.
Yeah, sure.
And I didn't feel at 17 I had that motherly instinct. But later on, you know, I didn't realize, Jesse, how much later on I would love the child I lost to abortion, and I would grieve that loss.
Yeah, that makes
And
total
so
sense.
when I started learning about attachment and about neuroscience and how we're all connected together and how we attach unconsciously and
Right.
consciously,
Right.
you know, to our babies,
Right.
that it opens up a whole new understanding of, yeah, this is why I feel this way.
That's right. And so, of course, we understand, you know, that a teenager in her developmental pathway, the things that are on her heart and mind, you know, she may not really be ready to slow down. You might not have been ready to slow down yet and to take care of another life, because it's that part of the normal developmental process where you're launching out, right? And you're kind of leaving one family and starting into another. So, but on the other hand, what we do know is that from the moment of, you know, conception, when the baby's in the womb, of course, there's profound hormonal changes, right? How many moms can attest to that? So, you know that there's many things that happen for you to create this safe space and, you know, nurture the baby inside of you. One of those significant changes is hormonal, with some of the attachment hormones. So even if you are kind of like developmentally and physically thinking about launching out into the world, there's this other process inside of you that's already starting to bond you to your unborn child. So I could say more about that, but you know, so you can have two things going on at once.
Right. And,
Yeah.
you know, our instincts, you know.
That's right.
And we just can't necessarily ignore our womanhood
Right.
in our wombs, you know,
Right.
what we were created for, what we
Right.
what we do.
Mm-hmm.
And so to ignore that is to ignore a big part of ourselves.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's something that you and I have spoken about previously, is that some of the tension that happens when a young mother or a mother who wasn't expecting to be a mother, you know, suddenly starts to have all of these tugs and pulls inside of her, because you have these instincts that are literally emanating from the hormones inside of you and the changes, to other pressures that you might be feeling, you know, whether that's the pressure to launch and to be independent, and as opposed to creating like a new dependency relationship, or pressures that you might be feeling from, you know, boyfriend or friends or family, you know, so you can have these different parts of yourself that sometimes are actually in direct conflict with one another.
Right, and we always don't make the best decisions when we're in a crisis.
Right.
And a lot of times abortion happens when we are 20 years or younger. And one of the things I learned when I went through social work was Erik Erikson's 8 stages of psychosocial development.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
So one thing that I learned, I'm like, oh, that does make sense, because when I was 17, you don't think about your future. You don't think about 40.
Right.
You think about that next day.
That's right.
And so I'm like, well, that makes it, I can understand where I was at. I'm just thinking, I'm not thinking long term. I'm
Yeah.
thinking, just that next day. So that was, that psychosocial development, when you're in that adolescent phase.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So you can have like a stage of life that you're in, and I think we see that for moms across the adolescent and adult spectrum. You may be in a stage where you're just thinking about the, I'm launching, I'm trying to become independent, and adolescents don't have as much maturation in their frontal lobes, so they're not thinking about the long range. They're just thinking about the short term. Or maybe another mom is thinking, I've had my children, and I just can't possibly see a way that I could, re-engage that dependency stage again. Like I'm ready to move on, into the next stage in my life. So we have those conflicts that can come from, internally, from parts of
Right.
ourselves, even our own biology. That's not the sum total, but parts of our biology in terms of our development are tugging us in one way, and yet inside of us, this attachment bonding process has literally already begun.
Right, and all the different stages. So, like there's psychosocial development,
Right.
all these stages of life. And even what I've learned is, there's stages of faith.
That's right. That's right.
There's even stages of love.
That's right.
And, when I was 17, I didn't have the love
Yeah.
factor, and one of the quotes I love by Fred Rogers is, sometimes it takes a tragedy to understand the gravity of love. And so as much as I have grieved,
Yeah.
I realize, on the growth is I have such a capacity to love.
That's right.
Because of how much I grieve the loss of my child. So I'm
That's
like,
right.
wow, I have this love capacity that I never realized I had.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
right.
So, and just, different stages of faith, development. So, attachment, it's just, and it's all interconnected. That's why we're taking this holistic approach, body, mind, soul, and spirit. And how when you have an abortion or when you go against your moral compass,
Right.
it is that moral injury that can create the post-traumatic stress
right.
disorder, and also the moral injury, and
Yeah.
to have that traumatic
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah, let's jump in on that
Yes,
a little bit,
go
right?
ahead.
So the moral injury, we have, the convictions, the beliefs, the compass that was instilled in us through our family or through our community, our village, our tribe. But we also have like a moral compass that just emanates from the core of our being. And I think that is connected to us not only through head knowledge, but through sort of emotions and heart knowledge. And so a person who, we are created for attachment, we're created for connection. So think about your own childhood for a second. From the moment that you're born, you are completely dependent on your caregiver. Oftentimes it's your mom, but you're completely dependent on her, of course, for food, and warmth and shelter, but you're completely dependent on her even to sort of regulate your central nervous system, which keeps you from being just like totally out of control emotionally versus being calm and centered. So there's this part of our conscience, if you will,
Right.
that is that's not just head knowledge,
Right.
it's heart knowledge, and it's literally an instinct, an instinctive drive to bond and to connect. And so we experienced that, hopefully most of us experienced a good connection with our parents, but even if we didn't, God still put that instinct inside of us. So if you become pregnant and that attachment process bonds, it bonds for the mommy in a way that it doesn't happen for the daddy or the father, right? Because the guys, we don't have those hormones, yet. But the mom, from the moment of conception, she starts to have these hormonal changes, including an attachment hormone. Oxytocin is one of them, as well as maybe a little bit of a head knowledge, depending. And so there's this drive that literally starts to take on a life of its own, and you can't stop that. And just because you stop the pregnancy, it doesn't mean you stop that love, that drive, that bonding in your heart that's already begun for that child.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
Yeah.
And you can't deny the fact, like even when I had that abortion, I knew that there was life inside of me.
Right.
Whatever it was. You cannot deny that. And so I really like how you said it.
Yeah.
So right before before our last live section, we talked about social pain.
Yeah.
And you also talk about the emotional pain. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. So I think in one of our conversations about social pain. So if you picture a woman, and this process of attachment has already begun inside of her, in her womb, in her mind, in her heart, and so she's creating a safe space for this child, and so there's that drive that's already moving forward, like it's unstoppable. It's already begun, but she may have other people in her life that are threatened by this, or not supportive, or judgmental, or angry. And so at that point, a new mom can be faced with this horrible conflict where I pursue, I go with, I embrace, I lean into the courage and the sacrifice and the journey of the pregnancy, or I face this possible rejection from a boyfriend or significant other, and family members who are disapproving of the fact that I'm pregnant right now. And so the thing that you and I talked about is that the human mind does not distinguish between physical pain and emotional pain. And so if I'm anticipating, and remember, we're created for connection. So
Right.
I need my family, I need my village, I need my tribe, and I need them even more if I'm pregnant, because mine's been activated, and I need these people. I need to know that they're going to be standing with me in lockstep. And so if I anticipate, that they are going to judge me or ostracize me or shame me, I'm already wrestling with that pain, and that can create a tremendous tension and conflict inside of me, which can literally throw me into this moral injury is a high stakes situation, right? Like stress. So
Well,
setting it up like that.
And it's a life or death situation.
That's right. That's right.
So that's how high can it get?
It doesn't get any higher than that.
And we talk about attachment. A lot of times I hear like stories where women have touched their bellies, before the abortion, or have kind of looked in the mirror, and I had done that. So that's if you've touched your belly, or you are becoming attached.
That's right.
And there are many women that, when they're on the abortion table, are saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the child already." So there is that moral disengagement. And what we're talking about then is moral repair. Yeah. And there's, I've got research articles where the abortionist or the people working in the abortion facility have said that women are always crying, before they have abortions. Well, why are they crying if it's so easy? Why are they crying? And that they just want to talk, a lot of them just want to talk about God or about wanting to pray before the abortion.
Yeah.
And so,
There's
you know,
this
it's like, I say, put on your big girl panties and do this because I don't want to be, I have this survival mode that I feel like I need to be
Yeah.
in, and you're in
Yeah.
crisis situation. You
Right.
have to do what you feel like you have to do to survive.
Right, right. It's you can literally see the sort of in those moments the breakdown, right? So like there's a part of me that's saying I need to, be brave and I need to do this and I'm under tremendous stress. Maybe I'm afraid of rejection or shame from my family, my village. There's another part of me that's already begun attaching to this child, and there's this other part of me that recognizes that this is a high stakes, this is life or death. But under that intense amount of stress, we can fracture our parts of self in order to cope with overwhelming stress. This is something that trauma psychologists know a lot about nowadays. And so a young woman could like literally go into that fight or flight mode, which was,
Right.
I've got to do this, it's going to be bad for me if I don't do this, but it's in direct conflict with this instinct inside of her that's already bonding to this unborn child. And so yes, she could get there to the abortion table, and at that moment there's like this kind of breaking through of the attached part of me that says, oh no, what am I doing? And I recognize between myself and my baby and between myself and my creator, like God help me, this is wrong. And so I'm in the throes of it and I burst into tears, as part of that breaks through. Yeah.
And so many women have said, if anyone would have said, no, you don't have to do this, even up to the, I mean, they're on the table, they're about ready to have the abortion, and said, if there was just one person that said, you don't have to do this, I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, right.
So,
One person to say, hey, I'm gonna stand with you for a moment. I'm gonna slow this whole thing down.
yes.
And Kaylin, that's the power of attachment. If that one person steps in, because from the moment we're little, we need other people to help us when we're afraid. And that's our parents when we're little, but if that's a kind nurse or a kind doctor or a kind, crisis pregnancy counselor, if somebody would step in and say, hey honey, just wait a minute, you don't have to do this. You can just pause for a second and there's somebody who's on your team, even just for that moment, to keep you from that course of action.
But here's the thing. So what happens is I was scared, I was vulnerable. And what happens is when you go to the abortion facility, that's your attachment. Because what happens is they're so loving.
Oh, okay.
And you're going to go back and get counseling. And what I've learned in my research, it was a lot of times they really do believe in what they're doing, but it's not really counseling to, what serves your best needs.
Right,
Why are you
right.
crying? Why are you wondering if it's a baby? But it's being an advocate,
Right.
And it's more, oh honey, you're doing the right thing. You can go home and never have to think about it again. Your parents will never have to know. It's going to be safe, easy, and simple. And it's a blob of tissue. It's a cluster of cells. It's a product of conception. And so that's the attachment. And so you're wanting, and that's your legitimate
that's
authority,
right.
someone
Yeah.
that holds your trust and responsibility. And that's the attachment at
That's
that
right.
point.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
And it makes sense. It's kind of whoever's there in that crucial moment, right?
in your crisis moment,
Right.
yes.
Whoever's going to step in, and what message are they going to give you? Are they going to tell you, hey, let's think about the whole of who you are.
Right.
Let's think about your attachment bonding. Let's think about, not only the short term, which is what you were saying as a teenager, but let's think about the long term.
And as a counselor now, what I would have done is I would have said, well, let's take a look at this. Let's slow down. Why are you scared to tell your parents? And, oh, my parents are going to kill me. Well, no, they're not going to kill you. But they make it sound so safe and simple and easy, and you don't want to face that.
Right.
Well, it's even worse, Jesse, because now you haven't told your parents, you haven't told your social support system.
Right.
So now you have this abortion, and you're traumatized, but you haven't told anybody. It is doubly, difficult. And so you are going to self-isolate, because not only have I gotten myself pregnant, I have done this act.
Yeah.
And so it just further isolates. So
I'm hearing you, and that's when you do, and so let's say that a part of you is making the short-term decision. A part of you is fight or flight. You're afraid. You're stressed. But another part of you still does have that moral conscience, that moral compass, that drive for attachment. And then you walk away, and you at some level you realize I've violated my conscience. I've violated the natural order of things.
yes, very
And,
much so.
and so I've got this shame, and shame causes us to hide and retreat. And we know that moral injury is particularly complex, because we've had the shattered assumptions of the people that we trusted, or we didn't reach out to them to find out that we could have trusted them, right? And other people led us into this path. We can question our faith, ourselves, and then there's this horrible secret. And then we go from being in one high-stress, high-stakes situation to being even more isolated.
Right.
And it's a setup for emotional depression, anxiety.
Yeah, and I disassociated a little bit when I was on that abortion table.
Yeah.
And all I really wanted to do at that time was just to be back in my mom's arms.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
So,
Yeah.
society does have an aversion to hearing that the world isn't safe, and this is from Dr. Kolk with The Body Keeps the Score. But he says it's necessary for us to listen to trauma survivors so that they can feel heard, and I love when I can feel heard, and so that people can grow more empathy for us, that this is where we were at. And so I love that you're here, and I love that you're able to provide that empathy and understanding for women and for men,
Right.
that have been harmed by abortion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So here's another. So what I did after my abortion, I just stuffed it down.
Yeah.
And I'm never going to, I believed on that. I never have to think about it again, never have to think about it again. Then I heard the words, "Congratulations, you're pregnant." And it was the same words that I heard 7 years earlier.
Okay.
Okay. So now I had broken up with my boyfriend, and I had married.
Right.
And now I am facing another unplanned pregnancy with my husband.
Yeah, right.
And I don't know, it would be wonderful if you could address this, because I know I had one abortion, but I know that there are many women that have multiple abortions.
right.
And I know that it changes the neural pathways to how we treat a trauma that we have, we repeat some of those things.
Yeah.
But that's a little bit later. So what I did was, with my husband, found out I was pregnant. And this is one thing that I couldn't get out of my mind until I understood it better with attachment. But I offered it to Carl. I said, and we were married, and I said, well, do you want me to have an abortion? And that always bothered me. Why would I do that? And all he did, he was like, no, I think we can handle this. That's all I needed.
Right.
I'm like, oh, okay,
Right.
we can do this.
Yeah.
But it was together, sharing that responsibility, but
Right.
it was that someone, I'm like, and okay.
That's right.
And now I have 3 beautiful children, but I would have offered that up.
Yeah.
And so could you talk a little bit about that? You know, maybe why women have multiple abortions?
Yeah. Well, why don't, if it's okay, why don't we go back to what you were saying, that you
Absolutely.
you literally dissociated, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what what dissociation means is that, you know, it's so much strain, it's so much tug and pull inside of me. You know, fight or flight is the first line of defense. You know, if we don't have people that love us and we can trust and lean into them, then we're on our own, and then that means it's all up to me. And then the first step is fight or flight. But if that total, you know, of tugs and pulls is so great that I can't get out of it with fight or flight, then I'll go down into freeze, where I just numb out. And that creates sometimes like a pocket of awareness, but I'm not connected to that. But it's there. It's still kind of like, you know, knocking at the door somewhere in the background. And so I don't know for sure, but I could almost see that invitation to Carl, you know, as like this expression, you know, hey, there's something here. And there's something that I need to tell my story, just because of the way you put it out there. You know, I don't know, I could look at it that way.
Yeah.
And then the difference was that Carl, through his attachment to you, and I'm huge into marriage attachment, but his attachment to you, and he said, Kaylin, you know, I think we can do this. And so that invited you up from this kind of fractured place,
Right.
to say, no, we're going to take a journey forward. We're going to start this. We're going to do this together, both as an invitation for that pregnancy, but perhaps even an invitation to discover the whole of who you are. I'm not sure if that fits. Yeah.
But it's beautifully put.
Okay.
But you know, when I disassociated, when I was
Right.
on that abortion table,
Right.
I remember turning my head and just thinking I wanted to be in my mom's arms again.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was a child. You know, I was still a child,
Yeah.
but I was not doing child things.
Right. Right.
So that was that disassociation.
Yeah. Right.
So we'll jump forward now. So I find out I'm pregnant. Carl says, you know, I think we can do this. So he went out that night, and he bought me something that started rocking my world,
Oh.
because I'm still not emotionally engaged with, connected
Yeah.
to the child I lost through
Right.
abortion.
Right. Right.
So he had this all wrapped up, and he got me this bib that says, I love mommy. And so it was this child, but it was the first time I thought about my baby loving me. And that started that spiral of acknowledging that baby
Yeah.
was a baby.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that baby always was, and a part of you always knew. No matter what they told you, you know. And so that was like this invitation, that little knock. The first was you saying, should we
Yes.
do an abortion here?
Yeah.
Like, I've got this piece and then when Carl gave you that, it was like this cry from inside of you
Yeah.
that says, you know,
So then
I love you, Mommy.
Yes, I love you, Mommy. And then, and I've talked about the ultrasound. So it was the next day that I'm experiencing the ultrasound.
Yeah.
And the stenographer, so my pregnancy that I'm looking at was Emily. And the stenographer said, oh, look, your baby's waving at you. And there was Emily.
Yeah.
And I did not see a blob of tissue. I didn't know what I was going to experience with this
Yeah.
ultrasound. And
Yeah.
it was a hand.
Yeah.
And that's when my trauma started, because I saw the body, I saw the hands, the arms, and I realized what I had done. And talking about streams of tears, and I wanted to
Yeah.
bolt from that ultrasound,
Yeah.
and I couldn't get away from myself.
Right.
And so that's when, and I started having nightmares. That's when my trauma symptoms really
That's
came
right.
into play,
That's
was
right.
that 7 years later.
That's, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. And I actually, it was so unbearable previously, and you didn't have the support that you needed, and so you had to fracture, right? Just for self-preservation, so that I don't fall apart. But when Carl said, "I'm here, we can do this," suddenly it gives you permission. I mean, it's literally that you have a new pregnancy starting, but I also think that gave you permission. Hey, we can look at this. Like, there's a safe space now. Somebody who's my forever husband and friend, and we can actually go back now and start to heal this and start to listen to the whole story. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was my knight in shining armor, because I probably would have been on the road like so many others have taken, had I not been able to find him, and it's truly amazing.
Yeah.
So, and thank you for that. I appreciate your emotional engagement. So, do you have anything else before we go on to another situation?
We can move on to another topic, sure.
So, I've come out and I've shared my story, and there have been some times when people have said some hurtful things to me. And one thing, Jesse, that you probably already know is women already feel like the ones that are having struggles. So, there's a long continuum.
Right, yeah.
Of, some women don't, they see, abortion as the option and, are not affected. And then there's a long continuum of abortion as tragic but necessary. They see abortion as tragic and necessary. And then there's a continuum where they see abortion as violence. And it used to be abortion should be safe, legal, and rare.
Yeah.
So why would it be rare?
Okay.
Because of that moral compass, it should be
yeah,
rare. So
yeah.
we see that tragic is necessary, but we see that there's moral injury all across there,
Right.
whether you're religious or not.
Yeah, right.
But people don't always often understand the mind of the post-abortion woman or the post-abortion man. And we were having an event, and there was an instance where a gentleman was, he was in a different frame of mind, frame of reference than where I was. And I had shared my story, and I wanted the audience to understand me, understand the post-abortion woman and how it can harm.
Right.
He came up and said he was talking to his daughter. He was listening to the radio. They were listening to the radio, and she says, "Daddy, what's abortion?" And he said, "Well, talk about your pop quiz moment." And so he said, "Well, do you remember how Mommy and Daddy loved you? We were so excited when you were in Mommy's womb, and we were just so excited to have you." "Yes, Daddy, I know." And, we were just so anticipating that you were coming. We were so happy. And, "Yes, Daddy, I know." And then he proceeds to say, "Well, there are some women that don't love their babies enough, and they kill them." And then he said there was an audible applause because she gets it. My heart sunk because
I'm not sure that she got that.
well, what I tried to
yeah.
tell him was, how did you paint us? So that child is going to
Yeah.
be raised as looking at us differently, like
Right.
we're murderers.
Yeah.
And the problem is we're already feeling like we're
Yeah.
murderers, and we're
Yeah.
trying to heal from that.
Right.
And we're not murderers. That is
Right.
not who we are. And I think
Yeah.
that's what we need to understand,
Right.
and what women and we are not murderers.
Right. Right.
That is not us. That is
Right.
not what we are not. We do not identify with that.
Right.
So
And I'll speak to the whole continuum, right?
Good.
So I think that there are some people who they've been told by medical sources, their knowledge base is that this is not even a pregnancy, and so it's easier for them. It's not even a viable life. It's just a blob of tissue. To people who actually start to connect with the bond, to women who are just in the throes of something that's a high stakes situation, and they're under tremendous duress, right? And but I think at any stage, it's inaccurate to say that this mom doesn't love her baby. I think that there's some women who they never really even got started. They weren't allowed to get started on cultivating and embracing that attachment bond, to women who were already doing this, or women who were in just dire distress at the time of it. But I think it's more helpful to have sort of a brain-informed, a mind-informed approach to this, where you recognize that this is about a woman being disconnected from the loving feelings that are inside of her. We know that perfect love casts out all fear.
Yes.
We also know that the converse is true. It's hard to connect to your loving feelings when you're afraid. It's hard to even be able to think about the big picture when you're terrified. And then the worst of course, is if you go numb, right? You're not even connected to any of your feelings. This is so high. So I think that that's a tough question, to field to a child. I think it's not going to be a simple answer. But I think the answer that was given is an understanding of the complexity of the human mind, and what women need to do when they're in high stress situations, which is to compartmentalize, dissociate at times. So it's not that I don't love, it's that I'm disconnected, because if I really was in touch with those loving feelings at those moments, I would just decompensate and I wouldn't even be able to function. That's kind of how I look at it, and that's pretty tough but I want us as the church and us as counselors, to think about it in a more holistic manner.
Yeah. So I tried to go back and talk to him about how that felt, how I felt towards that, and I couldn't really get him to understand.
Yeah.
And he said, "Well, I don't have the gift of mercy." How would you have described it to him? I mean, like how he could have maybe addressed it a little bit better.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Or for for people to understand a little bit better, to have grow more empathy towards us.
I might say this. I might say, sir, I applaud you for this aspect, which is that you have a profound sense of justice for the unborn, and you are very connected to that piece of it. And so you have your sights set and established on that. But that's not the only person who got hurt in this story, right? And so like you've been talking about moral injury, to participate, perpetrate, fail to prevent, or bear witness, or even just to hear about this, I can be harmed in the process. So in a way, there's more than one victim in this experience. And so I would say I would applaud him, because I think he's able to focus in on the unborn, but I think that maybe it's harder for him to capture the bigger picture, which is the mom that's involved in this story, and she needs compassion too. And it may be that he's having a hard time within himself integrating, the pain of all of this. So it would depend on the length of my discussion.
Yeah,
I want people to understand sort of the layers of the brain, and how you can literally be a loving person, but you can be disconnected from those parts of yourself because of the trauma. Especially for those women who actually are getting it, they're in touch with that, and they've sort of become integrated enough with their experience of the pregnancy to move beyond knowledge. They're moving into emotions, they're moving into sensations, they're moving into, even like those behaviors. They're already stepping into the attachment process. And for a woman in that situation, she actually has great love, and her love is part of why she's just torn apart.
Yeah. So the growth that can come out of this, as it did for me, was to recognize my capacity for love.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I love that verse, perfect love casts out all fear.
That's right.
Because, when we're going back to attachment, if we would have understood, that love instead of like, if there's so much coercion and pressure to have an abortion. But if you, like we had talked about, if you would have had that love, everything would have been okay.
That's right. That's right.
We can work on this together. We can,
Right. Yeah. And we as the church, we as counselors, we as men, and as family members, we need to bring our love forward into these tragic situations so that the woman does not feel alone, so that she's not facing her fear alone, that the power of our attachment can help to soothe and maybe prevent it in the first place. And then post-abortively, our love is so crucial to help heal the hurt and also to cast off the shame.
And I also want to say, so we talk about legitimate authority, those, that are responsible and those we trust. So I know that there's been a lot of hypocrisy in the church. And, I know that there's been pastors that their daughter has gotten pregnant, and to save face, to be that, perfect family, they have taken their child to get an abortion and say, don't come out pregnant. So there's a lot of hypocrisy in the church.
Right.
I know, like for me, it was, what would the neighbors think? And we provided this false self, like everything's perfect in our family. And so, there are people in our churches, even, high authority people, deacons, that, or they've had an affair, the woman gets pregnant, and so they have abortions.
Right.
So, talk about that. I know that that's hard, but it's true. I mean, we all, we have been negatively affected by abortion in our society.
That's right. I think that this is so vital, what we're doing, what this summit is doing, which is to have us think about tough and painful things and to wrestle with them. Our best hope, of course, our hope is in Christ, but our hope is that we as humans could be more integrated. So if I'm so ashamed of having something that doesn't line up with the reputation that I want to hold in the community,
Your persona.
my persona, I am actually sort of a fractured human being at that point, because I'm putting just one piece of me forward. I don't have the foundation to be a person who sometimes has a mess in my life, has something unexpected in my life,
And vulnerability, it's okay to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I love the 12th step where, vulnerability begets vulnerability.
That's
When
right.
you're vulnerable with me, I can be
Right.
vulnerable with you.
Right.
And I think that when we share our stories of vulnerability, then when I do that, people will say, yeah, that's me. And they share their story. And there's power in that because we're connecting with each other. Yeah. And attaching
That's right.
to each other.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Anything else before? You're going to be here with us
Yeah,
this
we'll be back,
afternoon.
yeah.
So, well, thank you. Thank you for your insights. So next up, we are going to have Cheryl St. Dinas. This was a fun one for me because what Cheryl did was she talked about how to help, with our trauma symptoms. And this summit, we've been talking about like doing some of these interviews, and I'm not really hyper aroused now, but some of it was taking a toll. And so she talks about just some techniques that we can do to help ourselves, to soothe ourselves when, we become triggered by some of these negative effects of abortion. So I hope you enjoy Cheryl St. Dinas, and we'll be right back after we hear her speak.
Well, welcome back to the Summit of Grace. I'm Kaylin Carlson, and we are honored to have Cheryl St. Dennis with us today. And Cheryl, thank you so much for joining us today. And this is going to be a real treat. She is going to be talking to us about trauma and showing us some techniques we can do at home to help with our hyperarousal and some of the stress relief, tender, loving cares we can do to help ourselves deal with any kind of past trauma. So Cheryl, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I'm a therapist. I work as my specialty is trauma and PTSD and grief. And I've been doing this probably for about 15 years. I'm also a certified traumatologist with the Green Cross. Pretty close to, all I need is my paperwork and I'll have the next certification as a master traumatologist. So that just means that I do a lot of work with trauma and I see a lot of good, healthy results for people who come in with a lot of severe symptoms. And then they go after about 6 months with different treatments, they're able to go on with their life and resume a normal life again, where before, they may have been housebound, they may have been isolating and not being able to just function and resume a normal life.
Yes, and I know for me, I was traumatized by my abortion, and I had a lot of PTSD and trauma symptoms. I had nightmares, and a lot of the ones that I have been able to move past. One of the things that I realized with the summit, Cheryl, is that I would get into the hyperarousal state, like right before an interview or just talking about abortion again or studying it. And I would sense myself, getting, having that inner sense of just that hyperarousal. And so I'm going to start seeing Cheryl. And one of the reasons is because I've referred to this book, The Body Keeps the Score. It's by Bessel van der Kolk, MD, and Greg Hassick and I, when I interviewed him, we looked at that as well. He talked a lot about trauma. And Cheryl, so what we're understanding is about trauma, sometimes like talk therapy is just, it's not enough for us.
No.
So can you explain that?
What happens with trauma is it's twofold. Trauma actually gets stored in their cells. And when it gets stored in the cells, the body takes over. You have no control over what your responses are. Okay, so trauma memories are not stored like normal memories. They don't have a narrative with them. They're stored in sights, sounds, smells, reactions. So when you are exposed, we call them triggers, to a sight, a sound, a smell that reminds you of the original incident, you have no control. Your body automatically responds as if you are reliving it in that very moment. It may have happened 10, 15, 20 years ago, but your body is saying it's happening right now. And the emotional part of your brain is firing very, very fast. And you're overwhelmed with all these emotions. And there's no connection to the frontal, the executive functioning part of the brain that says, hey, it's 2020 September. I'm not reliving this. There is no connection there. The brain is saying, hey, we got to do something. And you have no control over that. That's why body therapies, more than cognitive therapies, help. Because it's the body that's the problem, not the mind. The body follows, the body leads, the mind follows.
The body leads, the mind follows.
Mm-hmm.
So when Bessel
van der Kolk.
Bessel van der Kolk says there are fundamentally 3 avenues. So he's saying 3 avenues
of the trauma being stored in the body and how to address it.
Okay, so one is top down, and that's by talking. reconnecting with others, and allowing ourselves to know and understand what is going on with us while processing the memories of the trauma. The second is by taking medications that shut down inappropriate alarm reactions, or by utilizing other techniques that change the way the brain organizes information.
Mhm.
And what would that look like? What are some of the medications or?
So, well, there are medications that you can take for anxiety. There are medications that you can take that help control the nightmares. There are antidepressant medications. I'm more of a holistic healer, and I like to approach things through natural methods, okay? So we have, I call them self-soothing skills that we teach, because when you train your body, you can train your body two ways. You can train your body to react to the stress, to react to the symptoms, and it keeps escalating until you end up with anxiety or panic attacks. Or you can take control of that and you can train your body to not escalate into the anxiety and the panic attacks. And we have various methods of doing that.
And that's what he means on the number 3 where it says bottom up, right? By
Mhm.
allowing the body to have experiences that deeply and viscerally contradict the helplessness, rage, or collapse that result from trauma. Which one of these is best for any particular survival is an empirical question. Most people I have worked with require a combination. And so Cheryl she's so generous. She is going to share with us some techniques that we can use at home to help soothe ourselves with the trauma.
Yeah. So one of the first things I always do when someone comes into my office is give them an assessment, okay? So trauma or stress affects us, and you'll have a copy of this, so you don't have to worry about trying to figure it out here. But trauma affects us in 6 areas of our life: physically, cognitive, behaviorally, emotionally, relationally, and even spiritually. Okay, so what I always do is I give you a list of all the different symptoms in each area. And you tell me, yes, I'm experiencing that, or no, I'm not. We circle it off, okay, and then I hand it back to you. That gives you a roadmap of what is going on with you in your body, okay? To see it on paper is an amazing thing, to say, wow, this is what I'm dealing with on an everyday basis. No wonder I'm having such a hard time. It's also evidence for your loved ones, for your family members, that you can show them and say, look, I'm not making this up. It's not in my head. I am really experiencing these physical symptoms, these cognitive symptoms, these emotional symptoms, how I react relationally, how I behave, what my behavior shows. When you have this, then we have a roadmap of, okay, now how do we address this? Okay, so the way we address this is we take small little actions, okay? You have to take care of yourself.
Yes.
Self-care is very, very important, okay? And I know people look at me and they think, well, what does that have to do with my stress symptoms? What does that have to do with my PTSD? It has a lot, because your body is the one that's reacting to what's going on. So you need to start caring for your body in different ways to help mitigate the response, okay? So just as you have symptoms in each 6 areas, we have another sheet, which you'll get a copy of this too, which I call your self-care plan. And you go down the list in each area that you just filled out all your symptoms, and you're going to choose one thing that you're not already doing, a small thing. We don't want to make big, lofty goals. We want a small goal because you're already overwhelmed. You already have so many things going on, and the idea of one more thing to add to my life just sounds overwhelming. Well, that's why I say let's pick small things, okay? So you pick one small thing. For example, give yourself permission to ask for help, okay? So then we'll talk about, well, what does that look like in your life this week? Well, I could use my friends are always saying, what can I do to help? And I never ask them, okay? So one time this week, you're going to take your friends up on letting them do something for you. That's not so hard, right? You can do that. You can ask one time, right? Okay, so we go through the list. You pick one thing in each area, and then we'll say, now how do we apply that in our life? In this next week, how am I going to apply it? Okay, so now this is a very fluid document, meaning it changes. You don't have to be stuck with it. If it's not working, then you choose something else on the list. If it is working, then maybe you make it maybe you do it 3 times a week instead of once a week, okay? So remember, after you get used to putting these things in your life, my clients come back to me in a week or 2 and they're like, wow, I feel better already. So another one could be take a different route to work. We get so used to going the same way, doing the same thing. Okay, so take a different route to work once a week. You know, that's not so hard. You can do that. Everybody can do something like that. Okay, so we're just going to add these small little things, and you're going to be surprised how much better you're going to start feeling about yourself when you do these little changes. So some of the other things that we use is, as we were talking about, the body. The body is the enemy. The body is the one that's taking control. So how do you take your power back? How do you take your control back? Okay, so you learn to breathe. I know everybody says, hey, we breathe all the time. Yeah, but most of us are not breathing the right way. Most of us are very shallow breathers, meaning our air only goes up to here, and our air is designed to go all the way down to our diaphragm, okay? And our bodies are designed in such a way that we need to breathe deeply. When you breathe in deeply through your nose, the air goes across, and I never remember the name of the part of our body, but the air goes across that, and it releases feel-good chemicals into our body that calms us down. So when we breathe deeply, we're releasing good chemicals into our body. We're getting more oxygen into our brain, which we all need to be able to think and be able to focus. And when you breathe out through your mouth, you're releasing carbon dioxide to make room for more oxygen when you're breathing in. And their scientific research shows that the more we learn to breathe, the better it is for our brain. We're training our brain and we're training our body to not escalate into the anxiety. And it's as simple as taking a deep breath in, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, hold 2, 3, 4, breathing out through our mouth, 2, 3, 4. It's as simple as that. Now I start out with a 4 because most people are very shallow breathers, and I don't want you to be, having a hard time catching your breath. But I want you to eventually work up to a 6 or an 8, because the more you do it, the more you're going to train your body to be able to take in that air, hold it, and to be able to express that air also.
Yes, Cheryl, are you talking like 6 to 7 when you breathe up, or 6 to 7 when you hold it?
So both.
Okay.
So you're going to breathe in. So I'm going to take you a count through it too. So you want to do it with me. Mm-hmm. So you're going to breathe in through your nose, 2, 3, 4, and hold 2, 3, 4. Breathe out through your mouth, 2, 3, 4, and in, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4, and in, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4. Now what that does is calms you down.
It does.
Relaxes you. You can do it anywhere. You can do it standing still at work. You can do it in your desk. You could do it in the car. I mean, you can go and excuse yourself and go to the bathroom to do it. But it's one of those things that you can do anywhere. Anybody can breathe, and no one has to know what's going on with you.
It's a great tip.
Yeah, I really
Thank you.
like that. And that's usually what we start out with because we forget the importance of breathing, okay? So another technique that we use a lot is grounding technique, okay? So with grounding, or the big term now is mindfulness. And all mindfulness means is slow down, smell the roses, enjoy the moment. So many of us live in the past. So many of us live in the future. And we're just existing. We're not really living. So I want you to learn to enjoy the moment, okay? So much so that it's a simple technique as taking a piece of candy and putting it in your mouth and enjoying that candy for a minute. Minute is a long time when you put the timer on, but I want you to smell it. I want you to taste it. I want you to experience, does it feel rough? Does it feel smooth? All of those types of experiences. You can start out with a piece of candy, or you can do that when you have a cup of coffee or tea, or when you're eating your meal, that you're going to enjoy what's going on with you. You're going to enjoy and be present for that. If you're present in the moment, then your mind is there with you, and you're not way back or you're not in the future. You're able to enjoy for today. Okay? So with the grounding technique, what you're going to do, I'm going to have
Yes.
Kaylin help me with this one. So I'm going to have you take a deep breath in and let it out. Now I want you to look around the room, and I want you to name for me 5 non-distressing things that you can see.
Well, I see your purple orchid flower. It's beautiful. I see your butterfly. I see you have a little placket that says love. I see the grapes. I see a little fuzzy stuffed animal over there.
Okay, she sees all of my purple things because I love
And your
purple.
butterflies. I love those butterflies.
Okay, take another deep breath in and let it out. Now I want you to tell me 5 non-distressing things you can hear, which might be a little difficult here. It's pretty quiet, but
5 non-distressing things I can hear.
you can hear. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've never had just
Thought
the
about
quiet. Yeah, just the
The
quietness.
squeakiness of the chair, is that distressing for you or not distressing?
It's irritating a little. I hear people talking in the background. That's not distressing. It makes me feel like I'm connected, with not so alone. I hear the hum of maybe the AC unit.
Mm.
I don't know if that's,
What about the clock ticking? Is that
I hadn't noticed it. Yeah.
okay? Take another deep breath in and let it out. Now name 5 non-distressing things you can smell.
Wow, this is difficult.
Well, we're also in a very sterile office, so normally you're going to be at your home. Or
Let's see, if I had a candle, I would smell that.
yeah.
I didn't put any perfume on, but that would be distressing. That would be distressing. I don't smell anything distasteful or displeasing, so
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now remember that you may not get to 5, so you just name what you can name. Okay. Take another deep breath in, let it out. Now, what are 5 non-distressing things you can touch?
my hands, non-distress fabric. My book, it's not distracting, just my book. I would say my skin, I already said my hands. This is pleasing to me. That's
Okay.
really pleasing because I'm connecting.
Right. Okay, take another deep breath in and let it out. Now I want you to keep your eyes closed, and I want you to think about, in this moment, what is the most challenging issue you're faced with?
Right now, the most challenging is the upcoming summit that's going to be in 2 weeks.
Okay. Now, with that summit that's coming up in 2 weeks, what is something that you can do to address that issue? What is one thing that you have control over that you can do?
I can take my deep breaths and I can get plenty of rest and not to be satisfied with my work and not be disappointed that it might not be perfect, that it's my
Okay,
best.
those are all great things. Okay, so this was a good example of what the grounding technique does, okay? So what the grounding techniques is it helps to draw you away from everything that's going on because you're naming non-distressing things. We don't ever think about non-distressing things. We always think about distressing things and things that are bothering us, okay? So when we've done all those and got as many senses involved, okay, so that grounds you down, then you can think and focus on what is the issue. And normally your mind is clear enough to be able to focus on, oh, that's what it is. Now what can we do about it? Sometimes we can't do anything about it. Sometimes we just have to say, that's just what's happening and I have to accept that, and it's okay. And it's okay for me to accept it. But then what is my response to it? How can I respond in a way, just like Kaylin was saying, rest and not expecting perfection out of herself. Sometimes, remember what I said a few minutes ago, it's the small things that matter. It's those little things that we don't ever think about that add up to the big things. So when we make small little changes, it really is that ripple in the water that really calms us down and helps us to be able to focus and cope with what's going on in our lives.
This is great. Okay, so what else do you have?
So the other body technique that I like to use that works great for myself, I use this myself in my own personal life, I've been using it for probably over 10 years, is tapping, or TFT, thought field therapy. Okay, so what happens is, in order to do thought field therapy, we think about something in our life that is distressing to us. What is bothering us in this very moment? Okay, so I'm going to explain it to you, and then I'll have Kaylin follow me along in just a moment, okay? But you start out by thinking, what is it that's distressing me? And you think about, on a scale of 0 to 10, with 0 being not so much and 10 being the most. When I think about that thing, how distressing does it feel to me in this moment when I'm thinking about it, okay? So what this does is a mind-body technique. So you're thinking about that thing that's distressing to you, and then we're going to start tapping. So this is based on acupressure points. We have acupressure points throughout our body that when they're activated by putting pressure on them, it releases good, feel-good chemicals into our body that bathes us in calm, peace, relaxation, okay? And with any of these techniques, the more you do them, the more you're training your body to not escalate into the anxiety. That's why I tell my clients all the time, figure out what your warning signs are. Everybody says anxiety just comes on. It just happens. No, I'm sorry, it doesn't just happen. You know ahead of time that it's going to happen. You start having queasiness. Some people have sweaty palms. Some people's heart race.
That's what mine does, yeah.
Everybody has different warning signs. So the first thing is we figure out what are your warning signs, because that's when you want to start using these techniques. And the more you start using them, your body's going to say, oh, we can't go there. We got to stop. No anxiety for us. Okay? So after you've discovered where you are on the scale, okay, then we're going to start tapping on our points. And what we're going to teach is called an algorithm, which is just a big long word for different places to tap. Okay, so we're going to tap under our eye, and you're just going to tap 6 to 8 times. And you don't want to tap, you want to tap hard enough to feel the pressure, excuse me, but not hard enough to cause any bruising. Okay, the next place you're going to tap is under your arm. I know it looks very silly, but it really does work. And the next place is going to be on your collarbone. Okay, so you're going to tap 6 to 8 times, and you're going to still think about what's upsetting to you. Okay, so now that I've showed you kind of what we're going to do, I'm going to have Kaylin think about something that's distressing to her. And I don't want you to give me a 10 right now, okay, because we're just starting out. So think about something that's mildly distressing, and then where on that scale would you be when you think about that?
I would say probably a 4.
Okay, we want some a little more than that.
Okay.
Something that stresses you out when you think about it.
Okay, I'm at a 7.
A 7, okay. Okay, so think about that thing that's distressing you. And we don't have to know what it is because you know what it is, okay? So you're going to start tapping underneath your eye.
Do I do both?
No, one side. And it doesn't matter which side you go. Either one's okay. Now we're going to go under our arm, kind of a little bit in the middle of the fleshy part of your arm. Okay, now you're going to tap up here at your collarbone. Yeah, that's good. Okay. All the while still thinking about what's upsetting you.
Thinking about
okay?
tapping, okay.
I know, it's hard when you're just learning. Okay, back to under eye, underarm, collarbone, under eye, underarm, collarbone, under eye, underarm, collarbone. Okay, now I want you to stop and think, where are you on that scale? Have you moved?
Yes,
Where'd you go down?
I would say really low.
Okay. Okay, so what happens is if you've gone down, then you keep tapping. But I'm going to continue to teach you the rest of the method, okay? So if for some reason you don't go down, then you do what's called the first reversal, which is karate chop. And you're going to tap on the side of your hand for 25 times. Okay. All the while still thinking about what's bothering you. Okay, back to under eye, underarm, collarbone, under eye, underarm, collarbone, under eye, underarm, collarbone. Okay, now stop and think, where are you on that scale?
I went down probably to a 3.
2, 3, okay. So then you would do the second reversal, which is underneath your nose. Okay, so you're tapping under your nose. Just a few times, back to under eye, underarm, collarbone, eye, arm, collarbone, eye, arm, collarbone. Okay, now stop and think. Have you gone down
Yes.
even more?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't feel that
Right.
rush. Yeah.
So then you would do the third reversal and the last reversal. Okay, so you're going to take your fingers and you're going to put them on your chest, and you're going to walk your fingers very gently across your chest until you feel a tender spot or a little sore spot. Okay, that's where you're storing your stress.
Oh, wow.
So you would take that and you rub in a circle for 15 seconds. And each time you do this, you might find a different spot. You're not always going to have the same spot. Okay, so back to under eye, still thinking about what's bothering you. Underarm, collarbone, under eye, underarm, collarbone, under eye, underarm, collarbone. Okay, now stop and think. Where are you on that scale?
A lot, I mean, probably a 1.
At a 1? Okay. So our goal is to get down to a 1 or a 0. Now, some people don't believe you can ever be completely anxiety free and they can't get below a 1, which is okay. And some people can get down to a 0. But you can see how in
That's
such a
amazing.
quick time you can reduce your stress. So now, if for some reason, and especially at the beginning, you start out at a 9 or a 10. Okay, so this works very well with test anxiety. Kids use it in school all the time. They teach their classmates, and you can do it anytime. And so the thing to remember about tapping is that, I remember it's TFT, thought field therapy, and you can go on YouTube and you can look up all kinds of different videos. It's the Callahan method of tapping.
Are you
Okay?
saying thought field?
Thought field therapy. Because
Thought
what
field
it does
therapy.
is you're training your brain to not escalate, because you know how we get stuck in those thoughts. I call it, you get on that hamster wheel and that thought goes round and round and round. Well, the combination of thinking about that distressing thought and the tapping breaks that cycle. Okay. And so just as your body was trained to respond to the stress symptoms, okay, and the PTSD, now you're training your body to respond in a healthy way. Now, when I do my tapping, my body knows right away and it goes, I can actually feel like a letdown reflex. And I've told, and my clients come back with the same thing. You know what? That really works. And it's the most popular technique for people to use because it's simple. Anybody can do it. You don't have to have any kind of equipment. You have fingers, you have a face and you have an arm, and to do it.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
And do you have something else?
Well, the next technique that we use is a little more involved. It's called EMDR. And earlier when I talked about the brain and there's no connections with the brain, and the brain keeps going back and reliving the trauma, well, with EMDR actually stops that process because it helps you to process through the trauma. You process through the memories. Now, you never lose your memories, but you lose the pain associated with the memories. And when I tell my clients this all the time, they look at me like, okay, yeah, right. But then after they've been through it for a few months, they're like, wow, you were really right. That is true. They're able to talk about their traumatic experience without feeling the emotions, without the body response, without the tears. They're able to talk about it as if, yes, this happened in my life, but they don't have the response that they've had, and they don't have the PTSD symptoms that they've been experiencing either. So what EMDR is, it's eye movement desensitization reprocessing, and it's the brain, your brain is doing all the work. What happens with, as I talked earlier about the trauma memories and how they're not stored normally, everybody's brain makes connections in a different way. And we don't understand how our brain makes those connections. But what happens with the EMDR process is you're stimulating the brain, right brain, left brain, right brain, left brain, and that unleashes the connections to the traumas. Now, because of the trauma, we believe, we call it the negative cognition, we believe a lie. So everybody's brain makes different connections, okay? And so when we're triggered, we have that negative cognition that takes us back to what our belief is, what our negative belief is, okay? So everybody's is different. So one person's could be the world's an unsafe place, or I'm unworthy, or I can't do this, okay? So what happens is as we do the EMDR technique, and we can do it in many different ways, okay? So it's the original technique would be I would take my fingers and I would wave them in front of your eyes like this, and you would follow my fingers with your eyes. And what that's doing is it's stimulating right brain, left brain, right brain, left brain, okay? And your brain releases the connections that keep you in the trauma, but it also is processing through. It's taking it out of the emotional part of the brain, putting it to the executive front part of the brain that says, I'm not re-experiencing this, okay? We also use, I don't have it with me, but we can use a light bar where you watch the light go back and forth across, okay? But the method I use the most, and I'm sorry I don't have them with me, are these little pulsars. With our pulsars, we have it in our hand, and it's going to give like a little vibration, and it's going to vibrate right, left, and your eyes are closed, and you're allowing whatever happens, happens. There's no right, there's no wrong. You may see pictures, you may have feelings, you may have memories, you may have thoughts. Everybody's process is different, okay? And what it's doing is it's bringing up all the things that keep you connected to that trauma. And we don't even understand what it is ourselves, but our brain does. And our brain will bring up all the different things that keep us connected to that trauma, okay? So number one, what EMDR does is it helps process through the pain. Number two, what EMDR does is it helps strengthen the positive, okay? So we're going to get good memories. We're going to have good thoughts that are going to replace the trauma memories, the good memories. I had one person who would always remember his grandma. Grandma was the one person who loved him unconditionally, no matter what in his life. And his brain kept bringing up Grandma telling him, oh, you're such a good boy and you can do anything and you're going to be able to succeed in life. And what that does is the processing of the brain strengthens those good thoughts. We call it the positive resources. It strengthens the good within, okay? The third thing that EMDR does is it processes the trauma out of the body. Okay, so because the trauma is stored in the very cells of the body, part of the EMDR process is when you think about that incident, where are you feeling it in your body? You know, everybody's different. Some people have their tightness in their chest. Some people have pain in the back of their neck. Some people have headaches. Some people have stomach. Everybody's is different, okay? So what happens is as you're processing through the trauma and processing through the memories, that trauma is released from the body and you won't have those responses anymore. Then at the end, when I redo, after you've had your sheet from the beginning that was all full of circles because you had all these symptoms, now we're going to go back and you're going to have hardly any circles on here anymore. You may have one or two. Sometimes people have a little bit of generalized anxiety at the end. Well, then we focus on how am I going to handle the generalized anxiety that's left. But most of the time, this is going to be a clear sheet of paper. And they're going to say, I know I'm feeling better. And I can say, I know you are, because look at the sheet now. There, you don't have all those circles. You don't have all those symptoms going on. So with the most people that come in with severe PTSD symptoms, now everybody's different and everybody's experience is different, but on the average, it's mostly about a 6-month process that they're able to be completely symptom-free and able to resume a normal life again. Which, you know, when I tell them that at the beginning, they look at me like, yeah, right, okay. But I've been doing this for over 10 years now, and that I'm pretty sure that's the average. And some people are less, some people might be a little more. Some people may be completely over their PTSD symptoms and they're asymptomatic now, but now it's like, I have one person that she had PTSD for over 17 years, and she was asymptomatic now, but for 17 some years, she'd been living a life with all these symptoms. Now she needed to learn how to live without all those symptoms and how to manage life at a slow pace and not just rush right in and re-trigger everything all over again, because now, you know, I just want to experience everything. So it took a couple months to learn how to slowly manage life. And now, you know, she has a full life. It's just amazing.
That's wonderful. And I know that some people, you've probably ran into this, but they don't feel like they deserve it. They don't
Yeah.
deserve to feel good about themselves.
Right.
I know with abortion, so many times, you know, people will say, I feel like a monster because I killed my baby, or I killed 3 babies, or I didn't protect. And I don't deserve this.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, we've talked at the summit about, you know, how we need to relieve our pain. And the way some people do it is negatively, by punishing themselves, because punishing, you get some kind of relief.
Right.
But there are positive ways to get relief, and these are those positive ways.
Yeah. And, you know, that's where EMDR comes in. People will say, well, I haven't really had any traumas in our life. Well, we have to remember that trauma is perceived. You and I can both go through the exact same thing, and one of us can walk away thinking, oh, that wasn't so bad, I can get on with my life. And the other person could perceive it as the worst thing that ever happened to their life, and they're deeply scarred and very traumatized by it. And I say, trauma is perceived. You know, I had one person who I worked with that it wasn't what happened to them, it was the thought of what could happen to them that caused the PTSD and all the symptoms, because of the perception. Okay, so there's no right, there's no wrong. And we have to remember that we're born with a certain amount of resiliency. Everybody has, some people have more resiliency than others. So some people can recover quicker than others. So for those who recover quicker, may have other symptoms, but for those who are born with a low resiliency factor, they may take a lot longer and need more techniques and need more help to be able to recover from traumatic events.
Yes. And one last thing before we leave, our time's just got up. I know you said that there's some, like EMDR is effective and can, but there's also sometimes that EMDR is not very effective. So
Yeah.
Explain that.
Well, with some people, you have to allow yourself to be able to do the free associations. You know, the hardest thing about EMDR is allowing your mind to go where it wants to go.
Welcome back to the Summit of Grace, the moral injury of abortion. So glad you are able to stay with us. And we have with our guest, Jesse Gill. And Jesse, where you came from?
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Hershey, Pennsylvania. And we're so honored to have you today. And we're going to kind of talk more about what we were talking about before with attachment. And we were talking, so Jesse, I know we talked about me and that I offered to have an abortion to my husband. But I'd like you to explain, because I know women, you know, like 50% of all abortions are multiple abortions.
Okay.
And help people understand why they are having multiple abortions. Like what would be, what would happen? Why are they having, because I think the audience would like to know why. I know, because it's like, why didn't I learn at 1? 2, 3, or 4, this cycle, this downward cycle. Could you help explain that?
So we were talking about how attachment is literally hardwired into us. We're designed to connect with others. We're designed to connect with our own offspring. And so to pull away from your own child inside of you, it requires a form of detachment from the love process that's literally happening, even without your conscious knowledge. It's happening at the hormonal and the biological and the physical level inside of you. So we talked about how with a single abortion, a woman does have literally a baby, but also love growing inside of her, in her mind, her heart, her brain, her insides, and yet under certain circumstances, she might make that decision under high stress circumstances where it's sort of fragmented. I'm fragmenting myself from the love and the bonding. So the question is, what could be going on if a woman makes that choice more than one time? And so we were talking on the break about this, and one way to tie that into everything that we've been sharing so far, because our last video clip, we're learning about how to help with some of the trauma, the hyperarousal that that the woman is experiencing. So there is this compartmentalized, sometimes split off trauma. Maybe even if I was a woman, I dissociated in that moment. So it's still there, and at some level, it's kind of knocking. Like we want to be whole individuals. We don't want to be fragmented. So there's a part of us that's wanting to get whole, but we also know for that to happen, I'm going to have to walk through a lot of pain. And maybe my shame, you talked about the isolating effect of it. My shame is also keeping me, hidden and keeping me broken, because the pathway to healing is cut off from me. So there's a lot there. So if I find myself pregnant again, I'm not just dealing with whatever this current pregnancy is, which may have its own unique set of stressors, once again, at whatever stage or station I am in my life. Pregnancy is always wonderful and stressful. It's always wonderful and stressful. If you have any kind of, cognizance that it's the most, rewarding, but the toughest job you'll ever do. So there's always stress there, okay? But you're not just dealing with, in a second pregnancy situation, with that new pregnancy, because there's the former one, and it's there, and that could be doubly overwhelming, because I've got the new pregnancy and then the pain, the shame, maybe even the trauma of the loss of the first one. So in the midst of that, humans are designed to avoid pain, y'all. Like everything in the human nervous system is designed to avoid dealing with pain. We know the pathway to healing is with trusted, counselors or friends, or maybe clergy, or compassionate counselors to go with us and walk us through that pain. But absent of that, everything inside of us is designed to avoid pain. So if I'm going to have that second baby, I'm going to have to face that first pregnancy and all the pain of that. And so that becomes perhaps insurmountable, so that could lead me to just not only abort, if you will, the second pregnancy, but to abort the pain process of the first pregnancy as well. So then it stacks me up to walk away, to disconnect, to disassociate myself from all of it. That's kind of.
And we do that, and we do that. We numb out.
Yeah.
We just, we become numb to
That's
our
right.
emotions.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. And whereas it makes sense that I might do that, it's in reality, it's not that I am somehow more immune the second time to the
Okay.
pain. You know, I am numbing myself out, but it comes at a price. It comes at the price of being able to be emotionally connected to my whole self, right? So if I
Right.
continue to violate my moral conscience, or as we've been talking about attachment, which is subconscious, it's not even a thought, it's just biologically hardwired into us. If I violate the normal attachment pathway, I do fragment myself. Even if I feel somehow less emotional while I'm doing it, you know, there's a price to sort of my own capacities to be sentient, to be feeling, to be compassionate to myself, much less
Yes.
others, that comes as a price of repeatedly numbing myself out.
And so many times, that's good. So many times I hear, I will never forgive myself. I will never be able to forgive myself, or I am going to live with this for the rest of my life. You know, and that's that fragmented self. And to be whole again, it is a process, but there is hope, and there is grace, and there is, you know, understanding.
Right.
And
right.
compassion and forgiveness. So there's another question. Now I didn't have this. Now there are some women that won't even. There's one woman that won't even hold a baby because
Right.
she's afraid of what she might be capable of. And then there's other women that they desire to get pregnant again. Just like after the abortion, they decide to get pregnant again, have that feeling, and then what happens is they get afraid because some of the things that they were fearful of before, or like what you were talking
Right.
about,
Or even that knocking.
then they'll abort again, but maybe even later in their pregnancy. And they continue this cycle. So can you maybe talk about a little bit of that?
Well, if we go back to the pain is because I'm created for connection. I'm created for attachment, and it's subconscious. It's biologically hardwired,
Right.
and so I have this first loss, right? And I'm not well yet, and even if I would become well, if I receive the process of healing that y'all are teaching in this summit, it would still be hard to engage another pregnancy. Like, there would still be some triggers. At a minimum, there would still be sorrow. But if this is still fragmented, compartmentalized, shamed, or hidden away, then this second pregnancy is going to stir up this whole storm inside of me. And so yeah, I could go from one extreme, which is to say, I don't even want to go there. I don't want to be around little babies. I don't want to hold babies, all the way over to I've got to make a new baby and kind of redeem myself and get a second chance. Part of that sounds, good, but if I'm not ready yet, if I haven't, healed the loss of the first one, then suddenly, it kind of is even more extreme. And the tugs and pulls that would be inside of me, which could then lead me to this place where part of me wanted this, so I get further into the pregnancy, but then there's that knocking and the panic that could be even not the panic of the pregnancy, but the panic of facing my own pain leads me to just exit and abort. But I think it's a clearer manifestation of the internal conflict that's inside of a woman if she would try again, but then abort later term.
Yeah, thank you for that. And the third
Okay.
is, so after I had my first child, Emily, I had a hard time bonding with her or attaching to her because there was this beautiful baby and I was this horrible monster, and I wanted to be the perfect mother, and I was kind of scared of her. She was this perfect being and I was this horrible person. And so I had trouble attaching to her.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of women have had that same issue, because this is what I'm capable of and this is a precious life. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. So So the way that I understand that is that when you got hurt in your first pregnancy, and you had pain, you had loss, and because of the moral injury, you had shame, and it's so many layers, but it's very common to go into some kind of a simplistic way of looking at it, which is to just say, I'm all bad, or
Right.
instead of saying I am a loving mother, like that started to come up with the bib that you showed me, but it's not accurate to say I'm bad or I'm not loving. There's all these different layers that you have to sort through.
Yeah, it was all these voices. Yeah,
Right.
but look what you did. Look what in the back. You did this. And this is a child, and
Yeah.
and just the realization of how the abortion took place.
Yeah.
We're not told that either.
Right.
And so that's another trauma to know exactly what happened during the procedure
Right.
when you're looking at this precious child.
Yeah.
Even, we were talking earlier, it's a little bit sidetracked, but even like the collective moral injury, because, now we have where we can have abortions up to the date, up to birth. And so you look at this precious person and you see what we are being capable of doing, and it just breaks your heart. But that's a little bit different. That's a different issue. But that traumatic, you were talking about traumatic attachments.
Yeah. So I guess just to make it real simple, if at any stage, if I was starting to get attached to somebody, or I got attached to somebody, and it ended with pain, or it ended with betrayal, even if I was a part of that betrayal, then I am reluctant to get close again, because the prospect of
That makes sense.
the prospect of getting close has both the promise of something good, but it's stored in my subcortical brain, my survival brain, that the prospect of getting close or attached could also bring about all kinds of pain. So I'm going to potentially, be frozen when I want to be warm and soft. I'm going to be scared when I really just want to step right in, So that there's that that recognition from deep down inside, and it's almost like your brain's trying to protect you. It's like saying, Kaylin, don't get close. You could get hurt again.
That makes such perfect sense. And I had a dear neighbor. She just loved her children, and she taught me, how to do that. And I did hold back. And I love how you say that. It makes sense to me. When now it's just like I give my kids bear hugs,
That's right.
and it's just like I love them so much, But it took a while, and I like how you're saying that about the pains. That does make sense.
Yeah.
And just if we could talk briefly about couples. We only have just about a minute, but
Okay.
I know a lot of times the relationships end after an abortion. Can you just talk briefly about that?
Well, if it happens to be the relationship that I was with, and my partner either encouraged me or took a passive role, encouraged me to get the abortion, or took a passive role in not protecting me or defending me in that moment of crucial decision making, then of course my ability to trust my partner is eroded, because there's a collective betrayal. I've betrayed this child, they've betrayed the child and me, and so what we know is that trust is the foundation of any relationship, and this trauma experience of betrayal, if it shakes that, boy, that relationship's going to need to do some work, otherwise it will not survive.
And when we talk about moral injury in the PTSD portion,
Right.
the portion of the moral injury is what boils down to is trust issues.
That's the foundation.
That
That's
is the
right. foundation.
So doesn't that make sense? That relationships really can take its toll. You didn't,
That's
I
right.
don't trust this
Yeah, that's right.
again.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Jesse, for all this wonderful information. And so our next interview is with Serena Dykson, and she has a personal story that she's going to share. We want to intermix our personal stories as well as the education piece to help you understand how abortion can negatively affect your overall well-being in a holistic way. So Serena Dykson, and I hope you enjoy the interview.
Well, welcome back to the Summit of Grace, and we have a very special guest. She is just wonderful. She has a special story, and her name is Serena Dykson. Did I say that right?
That's correct, yes.
Dykson. And you have a book, and you have a story that you are going to share with us. And, you know, stories are so important as we try to understand the moral injury of abortion. And Serena, you have a book called She Found His Grace. And when I saw that, I'm like, yay, because I chose grace and you found his grace. So if you would, tell the viewing audience, I'll just let you, just tell your story.
Yeah, thank you so much for allowing me to share my story. So when I was 13 years old, I was raped by my uncle, and my parents were looking for help, and our family physician suggested abortion as the only option that we were given. And so at that point, I had never heard the word abortion. My parents, they came from not a church background, and so they were just looking for help. They were walking in crisis, and so I remember just hearing the words that the people outside the clinic hated us, so to make sure we walked in quickly. And I now know, as a trained sidewalk counselor, that is not truth, that there are people that just want to love on these women. And so I had my abortion, and I just remember them telling me it was a clump of cells. They separated me from my parents, and I was 13. I did not know fetal development. I didn't understand any of that. And so when they asked if I was ready, I said yes. And during the procedure, when the abortionist, he came into the room, he smiled, he said that the abortion would not take that long. And when he began the abortion, it was the most excruciating pain that I had ever felt. And he just yelled at me, and he told me to shut up. And years later, I would find my mom's journal, and it said that she could hear me screaming, but they wouldn't allow her to come back and help me. And that resulted in her having a mental breakdown for 2 weeks after that. And so when I was taken to another room, there was a bunch of vinyl ugly recliners, and none of the women talked to each other. And when it was time to go, I stood up and I hemorrhaged everywhere, and the abortionist never checked on me. And I was actually so weak that my dad had to put me over his shoulder and carry me out of the abortion clinic. And we never talked about that abortion again. We just all wanted to forget what happened.
Well, Serena, it sounds like with your mom, were they traumatized too? It sounds like all three of you were traumatized with your dad having to carry you out, your mom not being able to help. I can't imagine having my daughter scream and I couldn't go in and help.
Right. It was traumatic for all of us. And I think what people don't understand is that, the rape was traumatizing enough, as that was one trauma, but then we added another trauma onto onto our lives. And that was, and we were sold that abortion was supposed to help us. And so I think a lot of the world, especially in my story, in my case, they just think that that's what's going to help, that's the solution, and they don't understand everything that happens behind the abortion clinic walls. And that was truly traumatizing for all of us. So now we have two traumas happening. And I grew up pretty poor, so counseling was not really something that we could afford. And so here we are, we don't have the basis of Jesus. We don't have the funds to go for counseling, and we have two pretty big traumas in our life. So that's a pretty big pit to be in. And that's exactly what we were in. We were in a pit. So we didn't talk about this abortion. We didn't know how to process this abortion. And when I was 16, I got pregnant again. And Planned Parenthood had just been in our school, and we thought we could trust them. So we went to Planned Parenthood for help. And I was pregnant, and they said, "You're young, you're poor, you're in school, you should abort this baby." And that was the first time that I shared my assault with my boyfriend. And he sat in, he grew up in the church, but they never talked about abortion. And so he just looked at me and he said, "I don't know how we're going to do this, but we'll figure it out." And we chose life for our daughter that day. And we got married when she was 3 months old and graduated high school. Had another healthy son a couple years later. And we just thought we were doing great. And then I had a miscarriage, and it threw me into a deep grief. And what I know now is it was the grief of abortion and also a miscarriage. And a lot of women that have abortions feel like they don't have the right to grieve their babies. And so here I was struggling with double grief. And then I just continued to have health issue after health issue. I almost lost my life when my ovary ruptured. I had a complete hysterectomy by the age of 29. And then
Was that because of the abortion, or?
Looking back, we think it was tied to the abortion. No one ever asked me if I had an abortion. And of course, that was not something that I was willing to talk about. But looking back, it makes sense of why I would have had all of those problems. So we believe that that's what it was tied to. So,
Okay.
And when I was in my 30s, we ended up living in a neighborhood, and one of our friends was accused of sexually abusing some kids, and that triggered me in all sorts of ways. And I learned very quickly that I had not walked through healing with my abortion or rape, and my marriage fell apart. I moved out of our house. I wasn't parenting my kids, and I began drinking and using drugs, and my life was out of control. I was angry with God. I remember just saying, "God, if this is what you're about, I'm out." And wanted nothing really to do with God. And so
Who was taking care of your kids at that time?
My husband, our lives were just falling apart, and he was trying to keep everything together. He was trying to keep our marriage together. I mean, when I moved out of the house, bless his heart, there were times where, he knew that I hated shoveling snow, and it had just snowed, and he would drive over and shovel for me because he was just like, "I love her. Why won't she come home?" Mm-hmm. And, here he was trying to also parent our kids, and it just affected him so much. And praise God, our marriage made it, but so many post-abortive women will share the story that our marriage didn't make it and their husbands don't understand. They're trying, but like, we don't talk about how abortion affects the marriage. That's not something that's talked about. And for us, we really didn't understand how that was impacted. I mean, we knew walking through it that it was affecting us, but then just recently I talked to a woman who said, my marriage never made it. My husband, we didn't make it. And we're hearing that more and more.
Well, and I know it's especially hard when the abortion is with the husband.
Mm-hmm.
And because if there's trauma, each one reminds each other of the abortion, so it is very difficult. So you're out, you're drinking, you've kind of left your kids in the care and you're drinking. So tell us what else happened after that.
Yeah, so one night I was out and I was drinking. I had drank way too much, and I was used to texting friends and they would just come get me. And this particular night, I had burned my bridges. People were tired of me. They didn't find it funny anymore. And so I got in my car, the same car that I told God that I was angry and that I was done with him. And I began crying and I just began praying. And I said, God, I don't have anybody but you. And God met me in my car and he lavished me in a love that I had never felt before in my life. And I knew that I needed to go home both physically and spiritually that night. And by God's grace, I made it home, and my husband welcomed me at the door and welcomed me in, and we began our healing process and began going to counseling. It was not easy going and unpacking. And at that point, I didn't bring up my abortion. My counselor actually attended my church, and I felt like I couldn't share that part because what would he think of me? And so I didn't share that. But I had another encounter with the Lord in my living room, and I had been walking through so much hate and bitterness in my heart. And God met me in Lamentations 3:58.
Can I ask you something before you share?
Yeah.
When you said you were so full of hate,
Mm-hmm.
who did you hate? What did you hate?
I was angry at my rapist. I was angry at our friend that had been accused of hurting children. I was angry at my parents. I was angry at all of those people because I just felt like I was just violated and not protected. And so I was just so angry. And I was letting that consume my life. And God just met me in Lamentations 3:58. And it was like the Holy Spirit said, did I meet you in your pit? And I knew God met me in my car that night in my pit. Did I take up your case? And for someone that has walked through rape, we know that word case and court is a very big part of our trauma. And so I knew the Lord that caught my attention, that the Lord was like, hey, did I take up your case? And he said, did I redeem your life? And I knew he redeemed my life. I knew it. And I knew that I needed to lay down my hate and my bitterness. And it wasn't to say that what they did was okay. It was so that the hook of bitterness and unforgiveness would be taken out of my own heart. And that's when I experienced freedom in my own walk with the Lord. And at that point, I was still drinking. And later on that day, I went to go pick up the wine bottle, and I couldn't, it was finished. It was like God finished that. That was what was finished in my life. And so I was set free from using alcohol and drugs as something to numb my pain. I didn't need to do that anymore. And so I began sharing my story, but I still didn't talk about the abortion. I wasn't there with talking about the abortion. And someone invited me to see the movie Unplanned. And I didn't know what that movie was, but as I was sitting in that movie, it was like watching my life unfold in front of my eyes. And that's when I heard the Holy Spirit say, now's the time to tell the rest of your story. And so I reached out to Right to Life, who I didn't even know I didn't know that organization. I feel like God sometimes picked the most clueless person for this, but he has a plan and a purpose for that, right? So I got trained as a sidewalk counselor to reach women before they go into the abortion clinic. And it was at the clinic that I felt like the Lord had laid it on my heart to do a memorial service for post-abortive mothers and fathers. And so I started planning it. And the night before the memorial service is when the news, I opened my social media and I saw that my abortionist had been hoarding 2,411 babies. And
Yeah, that was just, how long? I mean, that was like 6 months ago. Is that right?
it was a year ago.
Oh, a year ago.
It's been so crazy. So since God asked me to share my story, I shared my story, and then the story broke of George, and then my book was released exactly at the time when it's been a year, and that's when.
And for viewers that don't know, he was an abortionist. His name was George. What was his last name?
Crawford.
Can you kind of just share briefly that story?
Yeah, so George Crawford, he was an abortionist in South Bend, Indiana. He had a clinic in South Bend, Gary, and Fort Wayne. And he had been hoarding babies in his garage and in his car trunk. And when he died, his wife and another relative found all the babies. And
how did you process that? What were you thinking at that time?
So when I read that, I mean, it was shocking. Like, no one expects that, and no one expects that. And so that night I crawled into bed and I began praying, and I asked the Lord if my Eliana Grace was one of the babies, and the Lord reminded me that my baby and all the babies were with him, and that this is why he asked me to share the rest of my story. And so we've just been sharing our story. People, we want people to understand, my story would be considered an exception. People have misplaced compassion for the 13-year-old girls, the younger girls who are raped, that abortion would be a exception. And my story, God had given me a mother's heart even at 13, and knowing that at the time I didn't know what abortion was, but when I learned what abortion was, that crushed my heart, because I would never take the life of another human being. I just wouldn't. And so that was devastating for me to walk through that. And so I just share my story so that people know, for one, not to have a misplaced compassion for little girls who have been raped, and for another, just the horrific, how horrific abortion is. I don't think people realize what happens behind the doors of the abortion clinics. And also my story for the women who have had an abortion, of God's grace and his love and mercy, and how he wants to lavish us in a love and give us forgiveness and freedom.
And I'd never heard that before, Serena, misplaced compassion. Can you explain that just a little bit further, what you mean by that?
Yeah,
I just want to be clear.
Right. So a misplaced compassion is, people realize that abortion is wrong, but their heart and their emotions of seeing like a little girl in that rape and just like, oh, that's a rapist baby, and I don't know, that would be hard for her to have this baby, and she's so young. But not realizing how abortion is really going to hurt her and add another trauma to her life. And so that's where that misplaced compassion comes in.
Okay. So, I've heard, with the sidewalk counselors, that people are traumatized by sidewalk counselors. And, I've seen sometimes some of the ugliness and some of the hatred, and you offer something different. When your purpose for when you sidewalk counsel is what? What do you want to achieve?
Right. So for me, I just always remember, we were told that the people outside hated us. And I just remember my mom's reaction to that, of like just feeling very judged. And I remember her getting, this fight or flight emotion that she had of like, if they say something, she was ready to fight them. And for me, when I go to the clinic, I just want to meet these women with love and grace and mercy. And the thing about it is how we conduct ourselves and the words we use and our actions are either going to draw them to us, or they're going to go running right into the clinic. And so a lot of times when women will pull into the clinic, I will just hold up a bag, a mommy bag, and I'll smile and I'll wave, and some of right past. And you know what? I can't change that. But what I can do is when one woman stops, of just loving on her in that brief moment and saying, here, I have something to offer you. There are other options. And I just want you to know that we're here for you. We love you. We care for you. And let us help you. And, I'm not raising my voice. I don't need to look silly out there. I mean, I just want them to know, like, hey, she's a friendly face. She's here to help. And women are going to be looking for those faces. So.
Well, when I had my abortion, like 35 years ago, there were no sidewalk counselors. Mm-hmm. And I was scared, alone, thought it was, you talked about Planned Parenthood being in the schools, you were taught that as an option. And if I ever gotten pregnant, I thought I'll have an abortion. So I used it as birth control. But, I didn't want to tell my parents. And I wonder, you always have to wonder, if there was someone like you, would I have?
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's something. The day that we went to the clinic, there was no one outside the clinic. There was no one. And so for me, going to the clinic is always in my mind, there was no one there that day. So I want to be that person that's there in case they are looking for someone. And I had one lady share her story of, she was 17. She did not want to have an abortion, and she saw two women praying, and she said she broke away from her parents. She ran full force because she knew they were safe people. And, that just really stuck with me, really stuck. And they were just praying. They were two women praying, and she felt safe.
And that is so key, Serena, because I say, abortion is so based on fear, that perfect love drives out fear. So she saw those two people as safe because full of love.
Yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely beautiful. I just loved that story.
So you hear about the abortionist, and you're praying, and you feel a peace that God revealed that Jesus has those babies. Mm-hmm. And Now, you did seek out your own recovery. You've been, at what point did you go through abortion recovery, through the Forgiven and Set Free?
Yes. So when I went for my sidewalk counseling training, someone asked me, have you gone through post-abortive healing? And I kind of rolled my eyes because I had gone through a lot of healing at that point, and I felt like I was at a good place. And but I always tell the women that I minister to that I won't ask them to do anything that I'm not willing to do myself. And so I went to a Forgiven and Set Free retreat, and it was so beautiful. I always tell post-abortive women, like, it is a beautiful experience. And it allowed me to actually grieve the loss of my aborted daughter and also my miscarried son. And God just allowed this beautiful moment with my husband to also have some healing as well. And so I am such an advocate for post-abortive healing. I had done counseling. I had done some other things for healing and personal growth, but the post-abortive healing is just the balm that Jesus puts on our hearts for that healing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of had felt the same way. So I went, my shame was so great, my trauma, that I went to a professional counselor. Mm-hmm. And, I kind of went through the same thing, well, I've already done all this, but, once I attended, and I've attended several because, I'm researching and, I just want to know, those, and I've conducted post-abortion healing groups, but it's the connection, isn't it? It's like, I'm not alone. And there is a lot of love between sisters, and it's like touching a woman's heart. We can touch women's heart. We can go there and be just so like-minded. Yeah. And and connection. With neuroscience, we need connection. We need to be connected with each other, and that's like, I love how you say it. It's the balm. It's the balm.
Yeah, it's just that healing balm that we need, and that sisterhood, and just knowing, hey, we have a friend that has gone through this. They understand. And, if we're having a bad day, we can reach out and just say, hey, I need you to pray for me. And that sister is going to know. They're going to understand that. And so I love how you mentioned that you've gone through several. Someone gave me that advice. They said, Serena, keep attending post-abortive retreats and classes, because God's going to show up and show off in other ways. And that is so true. And that's what I tell women, we never fully arrive. And if we think we have, then we're that's not the truth. And so we're always going to learn and grow in our healing, in our walk, in our purpose. And so I'm such an encourager to keep attending those retreats. Or
at least, and like continue in a community.
Yep.
And just like meeting you today, I've learned from you, and I appreciate your time and being able to share your story. So when your book came out right about the time of the abortionist story,
yes.
And then what happened? So you started sharing your story, and then you said it just kind of exploded. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, it's just been this crazy wild ride of God just opening up door after door. And, we never thought that we would write a book. I never thought that I would be a speaker. I had no idea. That was never on my radar. You know how some people are like, I'm going to be a pro-life speaker, I'm going to be a speaker, and I'm going to, that's on my radar. And it was never on my radar. I just knew that I wanted to follow after what the Lord had, what he was asking me to do. And I had told the Lord, I said, I'll do anything you ask me to do, but don't ask me to be a speaker. And you should never say those words, right?
Right. I've said those words a few times, and yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And so we've traveled. We God birthed. She found His Grace Ministry, so it's a global ministry. We get to minister to women all over the world. We have baby saves. We're going to have some babies born next month, so we're super excited about that. Then we have our online community, Pain to Purpose. And so it's a support group that's off of social media, which I absolutely love, because what I was finding is that women who are in abortion regret groups on social media, we would have abortion-minded women come in, and depending on where their healing was, that was not a good place for them at all. And it was very triggering, very traumatizing for them. And so our community is just for post-abortive women. And also we offer post-abortive healing, and we do one-on-one coaching, Pain to Purpose, so that they can use their pain for a purpose in God's kingdom, and for impacting the lives of others.
That's wonderful. And so do you have a copy of your book that you can show?
Yes, I actually do.
And it just came out. It just arrived yesterday in a big truck, you said.
Yes, just yesterday. So we're super excited about that. So we're so excited. We're just so thrilled that God would take our broken pieces and our mess and turn it into a message. And we're just honored by that. We're honored and we're humbled, and we're just praying for hearts to be transformed. And we know that, we can have all the laws on the books that we want, but if someone's heart is not transformed, it doesn't change anything. And so that's really where we see how abortion is going to end, is that transformed heart in Christ.
So if people want to get a hold of you, what is your website? Is it go ahead.
It's SerenaDykson.com, and they can find our communities on there. They can get my book on there. They can send me a message. If they want to follow us on social media, it's She Found Us Grace. We're on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So, yes.
That's wonderful. And just in closing, I want to mention, and we talked a little bit about this, and I experienced this as well. We only just have a couple minutes, but how people that are very stern pro-life, I don't know, maybe, I guess they would maybe be just stern pro-life, but how they just would say, like, you deserve to be in prison, you deserve this, or you deserve that. And they really are very judging. You don't deserve to be happy. What's been your experience, just real quick?
Yeah, I have faced that with people before, where they're just super harsh, and they, for whatever reason, they think that abortion is not a sin that can be forgiven. And we know that that's such a lie. And it's really harmful for women, men and women who have abortion in their past. And I just want to encourage anybody that's ever had an abortion that God wants to meet you and lavish you in love, and He offers forgiveness. None of us are beyond His reach. We just have to say, call out His name and ask for forgiveness, and He gives it freely. And, the people that are harsh, you pray for them. You pray for them to have a softened heart. And that's what we do. We just have to keep praying for them. And we can't, our worth doesn't come from what other people say. We go by what our Heavenly Father says about us.
And Serena, abortion is just so complicated. And, I don't think necessarily that sometimes a woman has to ask for forgiveness for abortion, because, we're going to be interviewing Phil Klein, where the girl was raped. You were 13. You had no idea what you were doing. You were told to get an abortion. There are some circumstances that I wonder, do you really, because we're talking about moral injury. And moral injury is when there's a betrayal of what's right by someone in either legitimate authority or by yourself. There's been a lot of betrayal by people with legitimate authority that they need to be forgiven.
Yeah.
And so, and you're talking about the double traumatization. So, a big part of this summit is for you to help understand abortion in all of its complexities. It's not just that a woman goes in and skips down the road merrily and gets an abortion and just, is very happy about it. So I appreciate your story, Serena, and wow, you do have a powerful story of redemption. I'm just so happy that you were able to share it with us today.
Yeah, thank you. And about that forgiveness thing, like there are so many women that choose not to have abortion. And like my story, it was forgiving my rapist, it was forgiving my parents, it was forgiving the abortionist, it was forgiving those people, and that's where the freedom came in. And so there are so many women that don't want to have abortions, and I think people need to understand that
with the coercion.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No, you are spot on. So I just so appreciate that you let me share my story, and I pray that it impacts many. And I'm just so thankful for what you're doing and the grace factor. Oh, that is so beautiful because we have such a gracious Heavenly Father.
We do. Well, God bless your work, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right, and back to the summit.
Well, wasn't that a wonderful interview with Serena Dirksen and Dykson, Serena. And she was able to find forgiveness and also find grace. And I know I really enjoyed that interview. And I could really attest to what she was saying because I found grace too. I was at my lowest, I was like, you could either choose a life full of shame, regret, despair, or you can choose my grace, which is sufficient for you. Which do you choose? And I choose your grace. And
Amen.
So I love, when people talk about grace and how we need to find that just in all sin, right? And we're not perfect. And so I just really enjoyed her talk. And there's a quote by Robert Rembo that says, "It is often in the darkest moments that faith is discovered or rediscovered." And that's how it was for me at my darkest moment, and finding that faith again. I had a different concept. I had a different concept of God. I saw him as very angry because of some of the misconceptions of God through my upbringing. Sure. But before we get into all that, I'd like to introduce you to a new guest. And my new guest is Margaret Bowen White. And we met, how many years ago? Maybe 3 years ago?
Yeah.
She was someone that I just really looked up to. We were at I was starting with a counseling center, and she came in and she spoke a few times, and I'm like, I like that lady. And so we've been great friends, and you are actually, you have your LCSW, and you have an organization called TAZA.
Right.
And it's wonderful. I love how Peggy has defined this as, when we make connections with friends and with people, her TAZ is like, the concept of TAZ is like just sitting down and having a good cup of coffee with a friend.
That's right.
And I love that. And so your organization is just have a good cup of coffee.
Right. That's right. And I've been in the field for many years, done psychotherapy, diagnosing problems for people the best I could. And what I realized over time was that most of us have problems that aren't necessarily illnesses, but pains, sorrows, grief, a need to connect with someone else. So because much of my work was done in businesses, I would go to hospitals and do employee assistance, town halls, public works departments, fire departments, people from all walks of life. It became really obvious to me that we just all needed to talk, especially if things were affecting someone's job. So I realized that having another approach, like how do you feel when you're having a cup of coffee with someone, or tea, whatever your choice is, was really what I was doing with my work. And may I say where we worked? And it was lovely.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So we were both working with Christian Counseling Associates in Richmond, Virginia. And so we all had that sense of the Lord. And when I first met Kaylin, the presence of God and her mission was just really shining from her. And there was pain. There was, how am I going to put this together, and how am I going to organize this? And you were working so hard it was just phenomenal to watch you doing the clinical piece, doing the organizational piece, the business, trying to make networking connections. But what happened over time was Kaylin, we have another colleague, Katrina, and Kaylin would just come in and say, well, I met so-and-so who then invited me to Notre Dame, and then an opening of a movie, and Katrina and I would just be, just be in awe of how the Lord was opening up opportunities for Kaylin to bring her message to the world, really. And so as time went by and you were working on how am I going to put this forth, you chose Grace and named your organization Choose Grace. And so Katrina and I were so happy to have that opportunity to work with you on that. Here you are. It's just an honor to be here, and I thank you.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much. And we're still here with Jesse, and he's just been able to share some wonderful insights. And so we've been talking about attachment, and I wanted to have Peggy in here because she just knows about relationships, and she's been also a friend of mine that has been kind of understand, the dynamics, just like, educating. And we were talking about, Jesse, how it's so wonderful for me when men get it. And so many times, like I was talking in an interview earlier, that that Officer and a Gentleman, that movie where the sergeant's like spraying the hose on Richard Gere and wanting him to quit, and he just like cries out, I have no place to go, I have no place to go. And I know that that's how I have felt so many times in my journey, that people didn't understand me. And that's part of what this summit is about, is helping people understand the woman and the man that's had an abortion, and understand themselves and have other people understand, so there's not as much harm that's done to someone that might, you don't know what you say sometimes, even though you might unintentionally hurt someone. So what I've experienced is, and this is just kind of a generalities, but sometimes it is that if you speak up, then we all wear our little hats, and sometimes we get defensive. Like if I would speak up, it could be to one group that I'm doing it because of political reasons, because I have an agenda. This is why I'm speaking up, that abortion hurt me. And so that's not a safe place. And remember, with the moral injury, there's trust issues. So where do you go to find that trust? And so that's not a safe area. Sometimes the church has not been safe for me because, like I remember having dinner once, and we were all in a group, and there was a Sunday school leader that says, it was like the Sanctity of Life Sunday, and they were going to be talking about abortion. And I remember he was a good friend. He's like, what if it was one of them in my classroom? What if it was one of them that had an abortion? And I'm just thinking, that one of them was me. Yeah. So how do you say, because he had that great pressure, and understandably so, because we don't want to harm, but just to think that nobody's had an abortion in this group. Well, if you're in a group of 8 women, statistically, there's 2 of us that have had abortions.
Yeah, wow.
And I remember one of my dear friends standing in, a group, and, she didn't know. And, I give grace because, they don't know. But she had said, well, I could never have an abortion. Well, we can't always do that. We can't walk in someone else's shoes, and that just sounded very judgmental. Yeah. And it's like, I wanted to say, well, I never thought I could either, but I did. Yeah. And then sometimes we have another set that want us to share our stories. And when we share our stories, they're happy we shared our stories, but then they're done, and so, but it was like, okay, where's the caring piece? Do you care about me? Because it's like the carnage that's left over after abortion. So we're talking about attachment and just feeling like there's no place to go. And so when people start understanding me, it's just a breath of fresh air, and I know that is with other people. Right. Jesse, you want to comment on that?
Well, I was just listening in. One of the most powerful aspects of attachment is a sense of belonging, that I have a place, where I can be myself, where I can let my hair down, where I can talk about my pains, my sorrows, and I can be embraced for who I am. And so I'm really appreciating, Kaylin, like within the framework of the moral injury, that if I went against something that my own conscience or what I thought my family would take a stand, if I would get pregnant, if I would carry the pregnancy through to completion, so that I've been cut off from them, I'm shut down in my own pain and my own shame, and then I really don't have a place. I think we're describing that the church, well-intended, but has not done a good job of creating a safe place and a place of belonging, in their efforts. And so I'm apologizing on behalf of the church for our, I think, often well-intended, but maybe just our not knowing how to do this the right way, and our own fear responses. And so I am sorry on behalf of the church that we have not done a better job of creating safety and a place where each woman who's gone through this could have a place for healing and a place for recovery and a place of belonging. So that's the first thing that comes to my mind as I'm hearing you describe your journey.
Well, and then there's men that have been harmed, that are hardly even touched on in the church. And, they have a sense, like with moral development, their moral development goes more towards justice, whereas women's moral development goes more towards caring.
Right.
But, we all need love.
Right.
And so I think of the men that are in the church have been failed because failing to address their needs, because they need love too.
Right.
And they heal in different ways. They, we're wired differently. So, and also another thing with the church, the Guttmacher Institute, I remember one time seeing a quote that if people in church would stop getting abortions, that would hurt their business drastically. And that, people in the church are getting abortions.
Yeah.
And, I've had where, I've shared this many times, but, a pastor will take, the daughter, to get the abortion. Or there might be a deacon, and there might be an affair, there might be a pregnancy. So they're dealing with their own hypocrisy. And how can you really relate to that as a church? How can you attach when you've got your own stuff going on? So it's more than just individual issue.
Right.
So would you like to respond to that?
Yes, and I'm thinking a bit of a direction that I might take with that question is those other venues, like the workplace venue, where people come in with their religious beliefs, but there's also a need to be so respectful of various religious beliefs, political beliefs, beliefs about morality, beliefs about the law. And so any of these kinds of discussions that might speak to showing empathy to somebody or feeling comfortable and safe, people don't feel like they can speak at all. And so one might be walking through having a pregnancy. What do I do? How is this going to affect my job? How is this going to affect my family? How is this going to affect my life? But there's no one to talk to. There's nowhere I can go where that sense of, I can trust that that person's response is going to be empathetic. And I'm frightened that I'm so alone. And I don't have much information because it's not talked about enough.
Right.
In terms of the loss. And your whole really groundbreaking work on moral injury allows for a whole new way of talking about abortion from the perspective of the woman or the man who's in desperate emotional straits. So I just want to thank you for really introducing it, because it gives us a whole new way of addressing it within those venues.
Well, and it's so exciting. Thank you, because when I saw it, I'm like, that's it. This is the missing key. And the people I've shared it with, they all, I mean, I've not had one person say, I don't get it. Like, yes, that's it. Like, eureka. Jesse, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Margaret that people may feel their own shame, which you were describing, like a pastor or a deacon or even just any church member, from the moral injury standpoint, that we are affected if we participate in, if we passively do nothing, or if we're actively involved when this action that violates our moral conscience takes place. So when you talked about the carnage a little bit ago, I guess I'm sort of seeing it as possibly strewn throughout the church, and we don't even realize it. So I'm just appreciating the weightiness of this topic for many people. And you're right that us as men and women don't maybe have a framework or a safe place, a place to belong where we can talk about these things. And then I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but then the pathway for healing with the moral injury also gives us hope. It helps us understand why this is so hard, why we maybe are fragmented even coming to these conversations, coming to the table, so to speak. But to know that we can make sense of that, and also that there's hope, there's a way through it for us.
Yeah. And we call it moral recovery. Mm-hmm. And, part of our next project is going to be the moral recovery of the church from abortion. Mm-hmm. And, we talk about conceptual frameworks. And that's why I think this is so groundbreaking, because, like you said, we have a conceptual framework which we can talk about. And, not that even you have to say, yeah, I've had an abortion, but let's study this as a moral injury as a church and take responsibility for our parts in it, right? And just to be able to have that framework to talk where we didn't have it before.
Right.
And I just think, like I said, and like for me, when I saw, the PTSD and like the Vincent Rue with the PAS, post-abortion syndrome, it's like, yes, he understands me.
Right.
And what was so, he may not appreciate this, but, abortion's new. It was, not that it's new, but it became legalized. And so there's not a lot of research. But in my mind, I thought, I wish I would have known him. Like I was thinking, he knew that like so long ago. And when I found out he was alive, I'm like, he's alive. And so I got to meet him, and I'm like, I thank you because you were the first person that understood me. And I just love that. But then, you know, what we're talking about with the PTSD or the PAS, it didn't touch everything, just like the combat veterans, it didn't touch everything.
Right.
And so then we have the moral injury piece that is included with that. And actually, I go one step further. I think it's the moral injury, and then you have the PTSD here because of that moral injury. But that's why it's like we have a framework now, and someone can be able to be understood.
Right.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay, so any thoughts on how we can, as a church, come together? I mean, we're going to be doing the curriculum and wanting, you know, maybe as a learning process, curriculum to come together and to study this. What else do you think might help? I mean, like these summits, you know, to get the information out, but how do you,
Thank you. Well, I think really looking at whose life are we protecting, whose life are we concerned about, that we are often in our society looking at the woman's life, but in terms of rights as opposed to injury.
Yeah.
So it's gently, caringly moving that focus from rights to personhood, to emotional self, and the child, the baby. But doing that in a loving way, because people take umbrage. They draw a line in the sand, and it's hard to communicate that message without those kinds of deaf ears going up. So I think if the church can be inclusive of all of those possible reactions that people have, and lovingly address them, that to me, again, kind of this way, just talking and showing empathy with each person's perspective, I think may be a place to start.
Thank you. And I was talking to Jesse earlier, when a man understands, it's so refreshing to me, and it can kind of hit an emotional curve. So what we're going to do next is share. So we interviewed Kurt Thompson, and right before our Zoom call, he said something, and it struck a nerve. And so I thought, well, let's play this just so we can see how it affects someone when someone gets it. So we are going to just share a 2-minute clip about what happened prior to me interviewing Kurt Thompson. It was a tender moment. And so here we go, Kurt Thompson, right before my interview. One of the one of the dimensions of moral injury by Harold Koenig is shame.
Right.
So, and I had an abortion when I was 17, and I experienced a lot of shame.
Yeah.
And, you know, shame's universal. But so that's my
Can we just stop for a second?
Yeah,
I just want to say, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How are you gonna make me cry?
No. I just want to say, where there are still tears, they need to come.
I think this summit has just,
Yeah.
doing all these interviews.
Yeah. I really get that. I really get that. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Yep.
And that's what I try to tell people is what helps me the most is when people say that. I'm sorry about that, or I'm sorry about your loss. Because they get it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
So I'm already tearing. He had compassion, and it was different than the other person that said that they just kill them. And so when someone has compassion like that, it makes this all worth it, you know, for people to understand.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you were sharing with me during the break, and I'm really getting it, that it's lonely, you know, like
It can be, yeah.
to not have a place, to not have people who get it or who understand. And so I loved what Dr. Thompson did there, to just stop in the middle of it and acknowledge, like Margaret was saying, the personhood of you, you know, and that's separate from any kind of political debate, or, you know, it's who you are on the inside. And I love what he said too about where there's tears, we still need to make space for the sorrow, for the personhood, you know, for the.
And for me, it is, I still grieve.
Yeah.
You know, just like a mother grieves, and people don't understand that too. Well, how can you grieve something that you aborted? Or even with miscarriage, how can you grieve someone, you know, that you never knew?
Yeah.
Even infertility, how can you grieve when you've never been pregnant? Or, you know, and so it's like, yes, that grief it's raw and it's real. And people don't always understand that. Yeah.
You know, being in our line of work, my mind's going to often, when someone's pushing back on not understanding something, I often see that as a defense mechanism. There's something that I'm grieving that I don't want to look at, I can't look at. So I have to deny that you have anything to look at, because if I accept it, it means I may have to look at whatever pain I'm experiencing. And so I think if someone is grieving the loss of a baby through abortion, through infertility, through miscarriage, it frightens people. And it's much easier to say, I don't get it, or have a platitude, have a simple answer. Well, how can you grieve that? Instead of, my goodness, I have my own sadness, desperate sadness, or my own fear. So that can be a little bit of a tool for someone grieving, that if someone's not empathetic, it may mean it's their stuff and not their lack of empathy.
Right.
And if you can hold that as your own little tool or gem, this person can't go there right now, but that doesn't mean my story is needs any less compassion. They're not the right person.
Right. And how I help myself is I just say, forgive them, know not what they do.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Jesse, did you have a comment?
Well, I'm just thinking about us as guys, and you know, so every human, I think, you know, when we see pain, you know, we're affected by it. And of course, as men, our classic go-to is we want to solve the problem. We want to fix the problem. We like simple solutions, right? Because we don't like seeing people hurting or suffering. And like Margaret was saying, sometimes as guys, you know, we're not trained or socialized to connect with our own emotions, right? So we're sometimes a little bit further behind. So I'm appreciating that you can say to the men, like that's their issue, but guys, you know, I'm calling out to you. We need to do a better job. And so I think it's beautiful what Dr. Thompson did, because he's making that space and he's being courageous. And so that community, a place of belonging, you know, men, we're a part of this too. We need to show up, and we need to find ways to get more comfortable within ourselves. If any of you are dating or married, you've learned by now that you don't just jump in when your partner is hurting and offer advice. It doesn't go well, does it? So we want to, you know, respect the personhood of women. We also want to make that that space possible and get better within ourselves at recognizing that.
So something that happened that I have not mentioned, and you could attest to this with, the attachment. So once my shame was lifted, then it was like a whole nother wave of, because when you have the shame, you're disconnected. You're disconnected from your emotions.
That's right.
So when the shame was gone, what happened was, that's when my love came.
Yeah.
And that's when I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm grieving the loss. I loved my child.
Yeah.
And now the grief comes in.
Right.
So part of another term is complicated grief,
That's right.
because there's no place to grieve.
That's right.
And also disenchantized grief,
Yeah.
disenfranchised grief. There's no place to go. It's
Yeah.
disenfranchised because, where am I going to go?
Right.
Because nobody understands. And boy, if I come up to the surface,
Right.
you're just doing that because, or you this or you that. And so it's just like, it's almost like that glass ceiling, we got to come out. We got to be able to
Right.
grieve. But there are healing ministries now. There's so many coming out. And there are safe places, thank goodness. But, to understand this in its totality, we have a long ways to go. Yeah.
We do. But with the work you're doing, you're creating a new ministry, as you said, with a framework that can give professionals a way to explain to others, to people they're working with, as well as the community in many different venues, as well as on TV, through online. You're just spreading the word. So again, I think that that's the kind of thing that's going to make huge inroads. We now can have a dialogue about it, little by little by little.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Jesse?
I'm agreeing with Margaret. I do remember that one piece of your story, and where it was a pastor was literally the person who stepped in and helped to take that first step with you to lift the shame through basically saying. So you were asking what is the place for the community, creating communities of belonging. What is the place of the church? We need to be the ones who step in and we say, tell me your story, and I want to hear it. And if, from an attachment standpoint, if shame and freeze is like the furthest thing down the rung, like that's the most protected, most shut down we can get, then the outreach of the church or the community is that first breath of life, breathing back in so I can warm back up, I can come back alive. I was deadened because of my pain. I was deadened in my shame because of the moral injury. And so that first step that brings me, back to life so I can start to feel again. And yeah.
There, the biblical story of the adulterous woman. I've oftentimes put myself as that adulterous woman, but the abortionist woman, the one that had the abortion.
Yeah.
And then there's the church, saying, you've had an abortion, and I just want to rise up and say, like Jesus did, Jesus bent down to the woman, but first he said, you without sin cast the first stone.
Yeah.
And everybody had to put down their stones. And then Jesus, got to her level. He had compassion.
Yeah.
And he said, neither do I condemn you.
That's right.
And that Jesus came into the world to save the world.
Right.
He didn't come in the world to condemn the world. And that's what our pastor had said.
That's right.
So, okay, well, this has been wonderful. We are going to another clip. Actually, this is Gary Sipsey. And Gary Sipsey is going to talk more about attachment when we were young. I mean, he's phenomenal. Now, it got a little deep for me, so this might be one that you have to watch a couple times, but there's four areas of attachment, and he's going to to describe that and define it. And we'll be right back, and hope you enjoy the interview with Gary Sibsey.
Well, welcome to the Summit of Grace, and today we have a wonderful guest, Dr. Gary Sibsey. And I met Dr. Sibsey at a conference that he was doing. It was an attachment-based intervention certification training. And thank you for joining us, Dr. Sibsey. Could you tell the audience a little bit about yourself and about your work?
Sure. Well, I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, and I teach at Liberty University in the School of Behavioral Science, and direct the PsyD program in clinical psychology, and then work in private practice as a clinical psychologist here in Lynchburg. And I work with, a lot of adults and teenagers and children and families. And attachment is a part of a framework of meaning and understanding people's problems that I've written about and talked about for about 20 years now.
Wow, 20 years. And I think, a lot of people, it was new to me. This information was new. So I think it's going to be very enlightening for our viewing audience. So could you give our audience, our listening audience, just a brief overview of what attachment is, like the attachment styles that you speak about?
Well, so understanding attachment, really the simplest way of understanding attachment is recognizing that, God made us such that, we come into the world and our brain is not actually wired for how to do a lot of different things, but like how to calm ourselves down, how to deal with our emotions, and, sort of how to even problem solve and interact with other people, right? So it's in the closest relationships that we have, the attachment relationships, that then our brain is going to learn how to do these things based on the quality of these interactions. And so we need relationships because that's how the brain wires itself, is based on these. So a really important thing is to recognize that attachment is about what's called secure-based relationships. And a secure-based relationship means that children use parents as a secure base. So when you think of young children in the first couple years of life, what happens is that they need the parent to provide a basic sense of felt security. So when kids feel secure, right, then they launch into exploration stage, right? So if you imagine a 1-year-old in a room with a mom, a strange room with toys on, all that in it, and they walk into this room, at first the child's going to kind of sit close to her, right? Secure base. But once he feels secure, then he's going to kind of launch out into the room and sort of explore it, right? And he uses her as a secure base, but he's exploring the world, okay? And the parent supports what they're doing, and they delight in it. So it's an interesting way in which a parent is delighting in the child's autonomy and individuality while they provide support. Now, if something is threatening, right? So if a stranger walks into the room with a 1-year-old, or if the parent gets up and leaves, then this is going to create threat. Now, when a child experiences threat, then exploration turns off, right? They're no longer interested in exploring the world. They turn that off, and that turns on the attachment system. So then they're on the bottom of the circle. Now they're coming back to the parent, and they're signaling to the parent that there's a problem, right? And the parent reads this signal, right, and responds to it. They help the child sort of get back to your base, right? And so it's here on the bottom that the parent serves the role of organizing the child's emotions, right, and even delighting in the process of being able to play this role and to help the child get calmed down and figure out what went wrong. there's a lot of things going on in this circle, right? It happens thousands and thousands of times in the first 4 or 5 years of life. And there's a couple important things. One is that when the child's on the top of the cycle, right, on the top of the circle in the exploration phase, this is where their beliefs about themselves are formed, right? Their sense of self-esteem and self-assurance and self-confidence form when they're on the top, right? When they're on the bottom, that's where they start to shape these beliefs they have about others and their availability and their reliability and accessibility, right? So the child is asking, am I capable of, taking on the world out there in basic sense of self-esteem? And if I'm in need, will they be there for me? Right, so your basic sense of other. Key to attachment theory is that all this stuff that goes on in the first couple years of life become encoded into the child's belief system. We also call them schema or internal working models. And they form the basis of your view of self and your view of others, right? So if you break that down, there's 4 categories, right? There's a positive view of self, a positive view of others. In other words, I can explore the world and, I've got basic self-worth, I'm lovable, and I'm capable of obtaining my needs, right? And others are reliable and accessible. That's secure attachment. And people who are secure tend to be okay with exploring the world, but they're also okay with intimacy and expressing what their needs are. They're open to their feelings, but also other people's feelings. And they're able to engage in intimate relationships where there's not too much distance, but there's not too much closeness all the time, right? So now, another style of attachment is a person who has an overly positive view of themselves and a negative view of other people. And by negative view is around attachment. They may like other people for different things. They might like to go do things with them and hang out and go fishing or hunting or play golf or tennis. But when it comes to the issue of, do I need you in times of trouble? They're going to be like, no, I just need me, right? So they rely on themselves and they don't trust really opening up with other people. And they have a hard time with intimate relationships. So their primary fear is intimacy. Right, and that's avoidant attachment. And folks with avoidant attachment, can be leaders. A lot of people, like for example, physicians maybe, have avoidant attachment at one level, right? Because they're very good at taking care of other people, but they're not good at letting other people know if they need anything, right? Now, typically, folks with avoidant attachment, what happened in early childhood is that their parents really promoted exploration, but when the child was on the attachment side and they were coming in, right, they were in need, the parents tended to shun them or reject their pleas, right, and kind of downplayed their emotions and told them, sort of get over it, suck it up, buttercup kind of mentality toward the child's emotions, and that's how that tends to get formed. Now, third style of attachment is where you have a negative view of yourself and an overly positive view of the other, right? And this is what we call preoccupied attachment. And what happens here is that the person doesn't necessarily feel comfortable in the exploration phase, right? They kind of have a hard time identifying who they are, what they want, what they believe, what they don't believe. Does that make sense? And they tend to be very more passive and dependent in relationships or clingy, right? They want to be closer to you than you may feel comfortable. And a lot of times people who are preoccupied and people avoidant are actually attracted to each other in relationships, and then they get stuck in this pursuer distancer kind of pattern where one's pursuing and the other one's running away, and we see that a lot.
Yeah.
So those with preoccupied attachment have a hard time with anxiety and negative emotions because they feel really needy, and their primary fear is abandonment. So they're very preoccupied and concerned about being left or not having somebody to be there for them. Okay? And then the question is, well, what about the fourth category? The fourth category is what we call fearful avoidance, right? So it's sort of a negative view of self, negative view of others. There's a lot of anxiety about being abandoned, but there's also a lot of anxiety about intimacy. So these folks can, on the one hand, switch between being avoidant and being preoccupied. Sometimes they're really hard to let you in. They kind of keep you at a distance. They don't really get out and connect with people as deeply as they need to. But then once they do, once they do get in a relationship, then they flip and they become much more clingy and dependent, and are concerned about being abandoned. So that's the fearful avoidance, and those are the 4 styles of attachment.
So if you have a traumatic event, how can that impact the attachment? Like for me, like I was an older teenager, and my dad had said, and when you were talking, a lot of times my mom would say, "Shame on you." And my dad, so it felt like conditional love, that they loved me when I did right. So I was
Right.
the good girl. But then, my dad has said if I ever got pregnant, that he'd kick me out of the house and lose connection. And we are connected beings, and they were, my authority, my legitimate authority. They were the people I was attached and connected to. So, it wasn't all of the reason, but it sure, because, I had my pride, and I was at that place as a teenager, thought abortion, would ruin my life. But, that did have a factor, because I did believe him, and I could not see how I could survive at 17, let alone with a baby. It just seemed insurmountable. So, how can a traumatic event impact attachment such as that?
Well, so we'll talk about trauma in the early phases of attachment relationships, and then what can happen later. But you get this attachment secure-based system that we were talking about, right? Where when children are under stress, or when people are under stress, right, then they don't just run away. That's part of their motivation, is to run away from what's threatening, what's anxiety provoking, and they run to their secure bases, right? So in other words, the secure base is the solution to their distress.
Right.
Now, fearful avoidance, sometimes also referred to as disorganized attachment, this occurs when the secure base is also the source of the distress, right? So it creates this biological paradox where the secure base is both the source and the solution to a distressing event, right? This creates a certain amount of overwhelming stress to the attachment system, and so people can get locked up, or they can switch between styles, right? Or it can actually make if it's later in life. So if somebody that you really trust, really care about, really believe in as a secure base, and all of a sudden they do something that you can't make sense of, right? In other words, they become the source of distress, and they're also the solution to the distress, then that can create some disorganization in your style of attachment, of not knowing whether you're coming or going in close relationships. Now, a lot of times, the attachment styles that we see that carry forward into adulthood, the way that your parents parented you, attachment predicts very strongly that you will likely redo that with your own kids in some regard. Now, you can come out of childhood with pretty secure attachment and then get into relationships in your adolescence and adulthood and develop a different style of attachment in your romantic relationships. So your parenting attachment style can be very different than your romantic attachment style. Okay, so they're related, but they're not the same thing, because they're two different attachment systems. sometimes people think of attachment as having, just one global attachment style that applies to all relationships no matter what. And that's not actually true. There's a parenting attachment style or state of mind. There's a romantic one, and then we also have an attachment is for God. So there's 3 different models of attachment that we work from inside of our brain.
So this is interesting. So many times we hear, my boyfriend wanted me to have the abortion. And so I had the abortion, but I really didn't want one. So that would be the romantic.
That would be a romantic relationship where, right, this person who's supposed to be there for you and support you and be behind you, but then makes you do something that or threatens that the relationship's going to be over. I'm going to be done with you if you don't do this. And knowing that it totally violates your sense of morality or your sense of what you believe is right, but you feel, too afraid of what will happen if you don't do it, then that's going to create what we call an attachment wound. So that wounds the relationship. Now, will that change your complete style of attachment? Maybe not globally, but it certainly will likely change your pattern of attachment in relation to that person.
Well, and it's, the research indicates that a lot of times after an abortion, a relationship will either end or it will really struggle.
Right.
And so
the same thing after miscarriages too, right? Depending on how the spouse responds to that. If they go, oh, well, we'll just try again, and they're not really, understanding and empathic and emotionally connected to how that affected her, then it can also be an attachment wound.
Okay.
So attachment wound is when you believe that your attachment figure fundamentally failed you. Not in like they had a bad day, but you believe they have fundamentally failed you and betrayed you and let you down. That becomes an attachment injury, and it can begin to change the very nature of your relationship and your attachment style in that relationship.
And so the term with moral injury, what they're finding in combat veterans, the way they define moral injury, it's a betrayal of what's right by a person in legitimate authority or by oneself. I did it in a high stakes situation. So that attachment wound would be where that person that you attached to, that legitimate authority, betrayed you or let you down.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Or like with fathers, because, men are harmed by abortion, but, we're not really hearing that too much because of the way they handle their stress or trauma. But when they've wanted to have the baby or they see that they didn't protect and provide, then they struggle with the woman that they failed them. And so it's really difficult to, to recover from that.
Well, yeah, for the relationship to really recover, just because it feels like such a fundamental betrayal that when I needed you, the old song that, you left me just when I needed you most. This, there's one thing about somebody, letting you down. It's another thing about them letting you down in one of the most important and critical phases or events in your life.
Yeah, that high stakes situation. And what's more high stakes than a life or death situation with, your child in the womb, where you're so vulnerable. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are some things like clinicians and pastors and other helpers could keep in mind, when they're talking about or thinking about attachment styles?
Well, an important thing is, how each of them can present somewhat differently. So people who are secure are pretty open with being able to acknowledge what they're angry about or what they're upset about, but they do it in a way that's contained, right? They don't necessarily use a lot of blame, but they're assertive and they can be friendly, And a lot of times they're easy to collaborate with when you're working with them. So it's easy to develop a working alliance with people who are secure. People who are avoidant in their attachment, one of the difficulties is they tend to minimize problems, right? They downplay them. They don't see the importance of them. A lot of times it's somebody else who's having them come to therapy rather than they feel the need for it. Or they feel really uncomfortable talking about their problems. And like I said, they sometimes downplay its importance. So for example, somebody who maybe had an abortion who feels really guilty and feels really badly about it may have a hard time actually acknowledging that they feel that way. They don't really trust in people, and that would include the clinician, that they're going to be able to understand how they feel, or that they're going to be able to, take it seriously. Whereas somebody who's preoccupied will tend to overwhelm the clinician or the counselor with their problems, and not only will they tell you how they feel, they want you to fix it, and they want you to fix it now, and you're not doing a good enough job at helping me get calmed down, right? And so, or they over idealize you and think that you're amazing and that you have helped them more than anybody in the entire world, and then you have to be wary of that, because it means it could go to the other direction pretty quickly. But then they want more time, they want more sessions, and so as a counselor, you can start to feel kind of worn out by them. And then say those with more disorganized patterns of attachment can actually have both sides of this equation. They may be hard to warm up, they don't really open up, they don't really discuss much about what's bothering them. But then once they do trust you, then again, they can become more clingy, more needy, and their tendency is they get so overwhelmed by their situations that they may engage in destructive behaviors as a way of calming themselves down, like cutting themselves, or binge and purging and those kind of things. So
Yeah, you hit on some things that when I do some take crisis calls, and it's just real difficult, and I can see a lot of what you're saying, and a lot of the people that have called. So another thing is, I hear that and it happened to me, that after I had my first child, so I had a sonogram 7 years after my abortion, and I was traumatized because I saw a baby, which I thought it was a blob of tissue. And so that's when my trauma had started. And then after I had my first daughter, I saw the preciousness of her, the beauty, and I felt like a monster. And that's when I started to have nightmares where I would save myself and let her die. And, it was just like, I am going to ruin this precious child. And it was hard for me. I mean, thank goodness my husband was so wonderful with my daughter right at first, because I was just scared. I was scared of this precious girl. And, what happened to me, I became, I was like overprotective. And I was one of those that wanted to be the perfect mom because of what I had done. And so I never lived up to this perfect standards, and always, I felt like other mothers, I compared myself to other mothers and wish I could be like them. It really, it was hard at the very beginning for me to attach to my daughter.
Yeah, so I can imagine that's not an uncommon experience for those who, had an abortion with their first child, and then, later when they, have their firstborn child, they really are, kind of paralyzed by this guilt, and it's very difficult for them to allow themselves to feel close to their child and to sort of emotionally bond with them. That can create a lot of, like I said, sort of discordance, where, it's like, how could I have done this? So all the fear on the one hand of attaching, but also all the guilt and all that stuff that that you had to reconcile.
Yeah. And, we did reconcile, but, I felt like, I lost a lot of precious years. And, it took a while for me to be just, 100% engaged, in my love for them. And one of the big things about moral injury that they're finding out that's different with PTSD is trust. Because you don't trust yourself because you made such a horrible decision. I mean, there's, and we've been talking at length about this, but one of the main things is you don't trust authority and you don't trust yourself. And so it took me a long time to feel like I can be trusted as a mother to do a good job.
Right. And so, yeah, the fear of trusting yourself and your inclinations and your decisions, and then also the willingness to forgive yourself and to treat yourself with compassion and, forgiveness and restoration, to allow yourself to actually enjoy a relationship, right? Because people sometimes withhold from themselves pleasure and good things because they don't think they deserve them, which is a really powerful thing within the Christian frame of reference, is that grace is not something that anyone deserves. It's like we earned any of it. Grace is that something that you've obtained as a gift, and helping people to kind of move out of the you're going to somehow make up for what you did. Well, you can't. There's no price that can account for it. But like you said, you had these dreams that sort of indicated, like, I die for them to live. That you still get that sort of sacrificial sort of framework that's sort of built into the way that we think about justice and what should or shouldn't happen to me because I did this.
Yeah. So I just want to let the audience because like there's some that actually feel guilty, like they had an abortion. They're like, well, I'm feeling bad because I'm not feeling as bad as other people. And when you think about attachment, how I see it, like with the secure base, you are developing resilience. When you have that secure base in childhood, you become self-assured, self-confident. You become resilient because you can trust people, right? So I would want you to, just to make sure that I'm correct. So the more resilient people are, the more they can get over things that, might be very difficult or traumatic for them. They may not be traumatized because of that.
Exactly. No, it's a really important point, right? So secure attachment does provide a basis for resiliency. So, for example, whenever something bad happens, to you, that's traumatic, for example, in order for that traumatic event not to turn into some kind of disorder like PTSD or depression, you have to be able to think about what actually happened and process it and make sense of it, right? Because your brain has to see, like, what just happened, right? Like, if you're assaulted on the way out to a parking garage, well, see, we all have this basic assumption that the world's a safe place and that people are generally good-natured and that, we're protected. Well, if you get assaulted on the way out to the parking garage, that shatters that assumption, right? And your brain is going to have to now make sense of what just happened to you. In order for that to happen, you have to be able to tolerate the negative feelings that come up when you are processing what happened and make sense of it. And if you really do believe that parking garages, for the most part, are safe places, right? You're not going to advocate that nobody ever park again in a parking garage, or, you think that you can go to Walmart and walk out to park. If you're going to ever return to that state, you'll actually have to go back out to parking garages and go into parking lots. And so you have to be able to tolerate negative emotion and process things and think about it. When you're insecure, Like if you have avoidant attachment, you don't like negative emotion, so you do everything you can to push it away. Well, if you push it away and you block everything out, then you're not going to heal from that trauma because you're interrupting the normal flow that it takes. The same thing if you have preoccupied attachment. Whenever you start to think about it, you get completely overwhelmed, you get depressed, you have panic attacks, and then you have to cut yourself to calm yourself down, right? So that's what attachment does, for example, is it provides that basic set of skills that you have that if something happens to you, you can process it, you can make sense of it, you can ask yourself, like, what went wrong? This isn't because I'm a terrible person or an awful person. Maybe I made some mistakes here, or I need to do this. But you can't do any of that if you can't actually deal with negative emotion and hold it and process it and talk to people about it and share it but at the same time not overwhelm them with it.
Right. So important.
So those are the kind of things that attachment does. When we say that it provides resiliency, it does it because it's created these abilities or capacities that you need in order to overcome stressful events.
Yeah. And I've had many women say, that they can't even go there because once they start crying, they fear that they'll never stop. And so they don't.
Right,
So those words are, it's really true. So if someone is listening, and I wanted to ask too before we close, you also said spiritual attachment. Now with moral injury, there's loss of faith and spiritual struggles. Can you talk about the spiritual attachment piece?
Well, so in many ways, I mean, the same, just like parenting attachment can affect romantic attachment, it can also affect our ability to feel close to God, our ability to use God as a secure base, right? Jesus says, come to me, all you who labor and are heavy burden, right? That's an attachment piece that when you're under distress, right? Come to me, I'll be there for you. He's not saying, be anxious for nothing. So if you're anxious, it means you don't trust me. So, what's your problem? He's not doing that. He's saying, come to me, right? And that's an important, pattern of beliefs that can you experience God as near? Can you experience him as actually present? Right? It's funny in the Philippians 4 passage where Paul states, be anxious for nothing, right? Don't forget, just before he says be anxious for nothing, he says the Lord is near, right? In other words, your secure base is present. He's here. He's at hand. Be anxious for nothing is more about just sort of spinning round and round in worry, but in all things in prayer and supplication, make your request known to God. In other words, come to me, right? Bring it to me. And this is what gives one a sense of peace. Now, remember, peace doesn't mean that God always solves the problem the way that we want him to, right? In the same way that if you as a kid, you're sick, right? You got a stomach ache or a headache and you're sitting on mommy's lap, she doesn't make it go away, but the physical holding and presence that she brings to it makes it more tolerable. So God wants to not necessarily take away your pain and distress, although that would be great, but he also wants you to find that closeness to him in the midst of it, to find him in the pain rather than demand that he take it away or believe that he's not there for you when you're in pain. Yeah. So those are important pieces about God attachment. And the same kind of factors come to play when you're under distress. Some people beg God, right? Take it away, do what you can to take it away. And that's more preoccupied, right?
I did that a lot. Just take this away, but
right.
It didn't seem like anything happened. But, he was...
Right, and it kind of creates more distress, right? Because it doesn't work that way. God doesn't just take it away. And then the avoidant person is more likely to say, whatever, I'll deal with it myself, right? And they find other ways to deal with it, whether it's, maybe some habit or, pornography, or they find some kind of addictive behaviors to resort to, but they're not really going to, go to God in comfort when they're under distress. Now, somebody with avoidant attachment, by the way, may talk about how great and wonderful God is when things are going really well in their life, but it's when they're under duress that they turn from Him, emotionally turn from Him. They don't necessarily theologically turn from Him, right? They don't give up their faith, but emotionally they don't really want to trust in God to be present in their pain. So that's how that works.
And I know that we're just scratching the surface to this. There's so much more. You put in many, many years working with this. But if someone listening to our conversation realizes that they have an insecure attachment style, what are some steps you would recommend for them to take? And then we'll close.
Well, so there's a lot about the insecure attachment style. And, first of all, you might want to measure your attachment. And if you probably just go to Google and type in ECR, and that stands for experiences in close relationship. If you type that into Google, you can see where it takes you to Open Psychometrics, a site that has a bunch of different tests that are legitimate. And the ECR is one of the most studied measures of attachment. And you can take it for free, and it'll give you where you are in the attachment spectrum. We don't really always think of it as 4 different categories. It tends to be dimensions, right? So sometimes you're more avoidant, right? You tend to move away from people when you're under stress, or you don't. Or anxiety is that, you tend to cling to people and want to be closer to them than what they feel comfortable. And so it helps you understand the differences of, where you're more likely to be situated. There's a lot of people who are secure, right? You could be secure, but with a little bit of preoccupation, right? Secure, but little preoccupied or anxious, or secure, but a little bit more avoidant, that kind of thing. So, but it depends on what kind of problems that these insecure forms of attachment are causing you. Right? If you're avoidant in your attachment, sometimes you can feel hollow and empty on the inside, and you may not feel a need to be close to other people. And what you want to work on, if you're avoidant, is work on becoming more aware of how you feel and share that with people, and begin to, you're going to feel anxious when you do this, is to allow yourself to be a little bit more vulnerable and see how that goes, right? Does it make things worse? And if so, how? And what are you afraid is going to happen? The flip side is, if you're preoccupied, then the challenge is that it's not so much about sharing your feelings, it's more about becoming more independent, right? Instead of always demanding that people do things with you, try doing some things alone, right? I usually have people even practice a spiritual discipline of not just alone time, like, in your, sofa chair and having devotions with God. Try doing a solitude retreat, right? For somebody who's more preoccupied in attachment and they don't like being alone, and they would want to sort of stretch themselves to practice independence and solitude. And during those times, then finding God in those moments, but also learning to, be by yourself, have your own interests, your own hobbies, your own interest. So solitude doesn't mean you bore yourself to death. It means that you practice doing things independently. If you're in a marriage and you're preoccupied, it may be about developing more friends that are your own pals that you go do things with. So if your husband wants to go play golf, you can go, fine. Me and Sally are going to go, for a day trip to go do this, or we're going to go do that. So work on building your own friends. So those are some examples. You can't just change it by meditating or by willing it to be. Usually you have to change it through practicing certain kind of pinpointed behaviors.
Very good. Well, our time's out, and I just really appreciate, your insights. And like I said, I know we could probably talk all day and learn a lot more, but this helps us get started with attachments, and I just really appreciate your insights and your time.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we have a website, securebasesystems.com. It should open up in probably the next couple of weeks, and we have a lot of videos and slide presentations and those sort of things in there that you can benefit from.
That's
So,
wonderful. What was that site again?
it's called securebasesystems.com.
Securebasesystems.com. I'll be sure to check that out.
Yeah,
All
sounds
right.
great.
Well, Dr. Sibsi, thanks so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And back to the summit.
So, Summit of Grace, we're down to almost our last hour, so I hope that you've been able to enjoy all of these interviews and as much as we have. And Dr. Gary Sibsi with attachment. Now, I know for me, as I'm not really that familiar with attachment, so this is, it's not really my thing yet, but it's so intriguing. I first had heard about him. I went to one of his conferences and spent a day learning about attachment, and a lot of it made sense. And one of the takeaways is the secure base attachment. And so when we have that secure base attachment is how we can make the decisions that are really what we need to do or want to do. Mm-hmm. And so when I had asked him, when I was in that mode of, should I have an abortion because following that downward spiral, and he says, no, I think we can do this. He was my secure base.
That's right.
And so within that marriage, he was that secure base attachment that I'm like, yes, I do trust him. Mm-hmm. We can do this, and we worked together. We shared the responsibility and ended up raising a family, a wonderful family. Mm-hmm. But Jesse, sometimes that doesn't happen.
That's right.
And with this secure attachment, so help us with that.
Right, yeah. So what you had with Carl is the gold standard, and that's the secure attachment, which means that I know that I have my person. When I'm a little child, it's my parent, and I can turn to them for comfort in times of distress, and I know that they're going to be there for me. And then because I've got that comfort and that safe place, then I can explore. When I'm a kid, I explore the nursery. When I'm a kid, I can also learn to explore my inner realm of feelings. And then when I'm a grown-up, and my attachment actually is going to transfer to my partner. So if I have a serious dating relationship, if I have an engagement, or if I'm married, my attachment needs, my attachment style transfers to that partner. So in the story with Carl, he was your safe person, and he gave you that space to not only be accepted and embraced, but then from that place of let's just slow this down, then you could explore. You could explore, okay, so what's going on? And then that allowed you the space and the freedom to make the choice for your next pregnancy, and ultimately led to the pathway of healing for you.
Yeah, and sometimes I would get upset with him because he was so confident. Mm-hmm. And, because he was so secure within himself. Him because he was able to provide me the healing time.
That's right.
Over these years, and to be very supportive and know that I needed that. That's so
right.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we know that not everyone has that type of a secure platform. So Dr. Sibsi talked about insecure attachment, and just to keep it real simple, some people they occasionally get that security, that solace, that comfort, but they don't know when it's going to happen. So they're left real anxious to having big, strong reactions in stress moments, and they end up just rocked. Their world is rocked. And some people have just hardly ever had it, so they avoid it altogether. They just don't even want to go there. Bringing that forward into like a dating relationship or an engagement relationship, there are many women who are faced with a pregnancy, and instead of their partner being emotionally present, I do this posture. It's like the posture of openness and vulnerability and embrace. Some women don't have that. They have a guy who isn't, willing or able to go there with emotions, or they've got a guy who it's very turbulent and he gets angry, and so not just walled off on the one end, but defensive, angry, frightened on the other. Not every woman has that experience, and Kaylin, I know that you're helping so many women, and you're going to be sharing with us a story in the next few minutes with a valued guest.
Yes, and we have a valued guest, Jackie Williams. And Jackie, we met, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, about the same time I met Peggy. And Jackie Williams, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm a counselor, finally, full-time therapist. It's been a long journey. I've worked hard, but I feel that's my role in life, is to help others through some difficult times. And so I recently completed all of my requirements for licensure as a counselor in Virginia. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so this is like a pinnacle of my career here. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to serve with you.
Well, you are very precious, and you have a story where maybe that relationship wasn't a very secure relationship.
Yes.
And Jackie is here to share her story. And right off the bat, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
And will you, help us explain and help us share, help us to understand how abortion affected you, and, kind of what took place. So it happened over 41 years ago. Would that be
41
right?
years this
41.
month.
Okay, so what happened?
So I was engaged, and realized one day that something felt very different in my body, and had a pregnancy test and realized that I was pregnant. It was not planned. It was a very big surprise. And so my first reaction was, wow, I'm going to have a baby, and I'm getting married in May. Here it is, October. And when I told my fiance at the time, he had no joy in his face whatsoever. He had no emotion, and he said, no, we're not going to have a baby. And he mentioned abortion. And back then, in 1979, it was kind of new. And I believe I went to Planned Parenthood. So I thought I had no choice. He said, we're going to have an abortion. And so I went with that because I thought, well, I was raised in the church, and I thought I'm supposed to do what he says. And so I agreed. I just felt rather frozen in that decision. Like, oh, this is what I have to do. I had no sense of I have a choice.
So so when you found out you were pregnant, were you excited?
I was. I was a little bit confused too. Like, wow, I did this shock, surprise. My mother, everyone had babies when they got pregnant, right? So I thought, well, that's what I'm going to do too. So
surprising. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So after the abortion, take us back. What happened after the abortion? How did that affect you?
Well, I tried to push it away because I no one knew except for my fiance at the time. He was the only person who knew. So I just kind of buried it and put it behind me and just kept on with my life. I had a career, family, my immediate family, and I just went on with life. And we got married in May. And I can't say that I thought a whole lot about the abortion for decades, really. No one talked about it, so I had nowhere to talk about it. It just never came up.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So did you feel like it changed you?
Now I realize it did, because number one, that marriage that I did go through with lasted 3 years, and I had a difficult many decades, drinking too much, just partying, just not a good sense of who I was, a lot of shame, and I knew that I had done something that was not something you talk about. And so I did not talk about it, thinking that it was just a part of the past and I can just go on with my life. And then I started to talk about it in, I don't remember what year it was, but I was 13 years ago, actually, about 2007. I was going to a church in Wisconsin that I lived in at the time, and I was a member of that church. And I was in a women's group, and we were doing Bible studies, and somewhere along the line, the abortion came up, and I sheepishly said in the group, I had an abortion, and I got blank stares. But then the warmth.
Oh, good.
Oh my
'Cause that
gosh.
sometimes doesn't happen. So that's,
Right.
that's good.
Well, the leader of the group at the time, her name was Jane, she was so encouraging. She told me about the book Tilly by Frank Peretti. I immediately got that book and read it, and
It's a beautiful book.
it's beautiful.
There's also
so
there's also a
sweet.
movie. Have you seen the movie Tilly?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
might have. And
It's
I don't
old,
remember.
but yeah, it's
okay.
it's beautiful.
That's okay. God bless Frank Peretti, wherever you are, sir. And I started to just lean into the feelings and sort of wrestling with God about what do I do with this? Am I a bad person? And when it really hit me that I had made an irreversible decision was when I tried to get pregnant again in my late 30s when I was married to my second husband, and I could not get pregnant. And I realized that my one chance was gone, and I aborted my baby. That was really hard to come to terms with.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. But I've gone through a process, but I do know that I am forgiven. There is no condemnation for me. I don't have to walk around feeling shame for that decision. And like I tell clients, when you come out of a family system where you can't share and talk to your parents, and there is so much secret and shame, God understands that you're not going to make good decisions
Right.
with that system. So I feel okay about that I didn't do something bad. I did the best decision I could at the time with.
That's how my therapist also, I beat up on myself, and that's what was so enlightening to me was, that's how she helped me, was you at 17, you were here and you made the best decision you could.
Yeah.
And something that you had said earlier was when you were pregnant and you had your fiance, you had not a sense of yourself. You didn't have a sense of self. And so many times that does happen, you know, and we grow up, don't we? You know, at 20, we haven't figured out life yet.
No, we haven't.
So you're not the same Jackie as you were, you know, when you had that abortion, you know, and now I would think for me, abortion is unthinkable because I know, you know, I've matured, I know, and, you know, so I'm not that same person. So.
Right.
And I'm glad that you were able to do that, just to say, I made the best decision. And what's so important too is that God knows your heart.
Yes, He does.
God knows your heart, because that's what so many, you know, the big thing we don't want to talk about is how people say, I killed my baby. But that is not me. And no, it's not me. God knows your heart. He sees your heart. He sees your tears. And He loves you.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
it's wonderful that you were able to get that help and to understand it so early. I didn't understand it for many years. So, but you lived quite a while with. Do you, Jackie? So you had said, you know, that you had issues. You had some things in your life. Did you say drinking? Like that you? Okay.
Oh, yeah, everything. So, yeah.
Do you attribute that to the abortion, or were there a number of things? Do you put that on with? Tag that on with your abortion on the reasons why you went into some of those destructive tendencies?
I think coming out of childhood with so much shame, and abortion was just another thing that I did of many that in a way gave myself the message, I don't have any value. I can just do whatever. Nothing matters. I don't matter.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I know that that's kind of how I felt too. And when, you know, my boyfriend and I broke up because I just, you know, I knew I didn't love him. He, you know, unfortunately just, it was, and I feel bad, you know, about not giving him the opportunity. And when, you know, it was just shortly after, you know, maybe, I don't know, 6 months or a year later is when I found Carl. And, you know, it was like I just attached to him because I saw he had goals, and, you know, I didn't have a sense of myself, but he was going to take care of me. He was my secure base.
Yeah.
But, you know, it wasn't, but it wasn't like it was roses, because I was going in with such dependency on him. That was not healthy for him, was it?
True.
You know,
that couldn't have worked just to stay that same way.
No,
you had to.
I mean, I
grow.
had put him on a pedestal. Well, nobody can be on that pedestal. And sorry, Carl, but you know, you didn't stay on that pedestal for long.
It wasn't his job to fix you, right?
Right, it wasn't. And so it's taken me years to develop that sense of self. And you know, through our marriage, though, he's been able to provide that space for me in order to do that.
That's beautiful. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, and it's just all kind of coming like, oh, this is all making sense now.
Yeah, life isn't over.
Right.
God, we don't know what all He's going to do for each of us to heal all the wounds and put people in our lives and give us opportunity to share our stories like this. And it's
and often our most painful things is what God can use the most. It's our painful experiences.
Yes.
In our weakness, we are made strong. It's kind of like making lemonade out of lemons.
That was one of my mother's favorite sayings.
Yeah. And beauty out of ashes. And I think that's very powerful too, because for so long, I don't know about you, but it took me a long time to feel like I was beautiful again. Because I felt like my womanhood, my motherhood, part of me, the womb was desecrated. That was like some place that was sacred to me, and sacred where God is working to create life. and that was just violated. And so, I don't know about you, but it took me a long time to feel beautiful again.
Yes.
Once I understood God's grace and love and was able to forgive myself and self-accept myself for who I am, because I'm not that person.
That's right.
How about you? Does that resonate with you?
It does. As the shame, as the Lord just kind of takes the shame more and more away, and I take on more of the identity of who I truly am, there's just a freedom and a peace and a like, wow, I'm just beautiful the way I am.
Yes. There's a scripture verse that, I was always, I felt like God was reminding me of my sin. My dad had said, that when you sin, you are going to live with the consequences for the rest of your life. And he says, there's like a dark cloud going to loom over you for the rest of your life. And so whenever I started feeling good about myself, I thought it was God saying, no, remember what you did. Remember what you did. I'm like, oh yeah. And I thought that was God saying the consequence. But so I identified God that way. But what happened was, so that Bible verse where, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. I knit you together in your mother's womb. When I read that scripture, I thought, yeah, God's reminding me, my baby, he was knitting my baby together in his mother's womb, and, I took the life, and at one point, God said, no, I knit you.
Yeah.
I knit Caitlin together
Yes.
in her mother's womb, and you are fearfully and wonderfully made. I love you, my precious daughter. So if you're feeling that way, as I did, with that guilt and that shame, no, God still fearfully and wonderfully made you. And everyone has value. Everyone has beauty. And everyone is just treasurably loved by God. They just have to open themselves up like you did, open up themselves and not fear the love that God has.
It takes courage to accept that love.
It does.
When you feel so much shame, but that is the crux of the matter. When you can open to God's love and dare to believe.
I love that.
That you are what He says you are.
You're a child of God.
And He knew I would make the decision. He knew I would do that. And I feel comfort in that He does not condemn me for it.
And one thing that someone once said to me, were you crying during your abortion? I know I was crying.
I don't think so. I was so scared, but the nurse that was there held my hand the whole time, and there was no condemnation on her face at all. It was pure empathy. And I just focused on her face. And wow, that could have been the face of Jesus. I think He was there. I don't know.
Well, what someone said to me was when I was on that table and I was crying, that God was crying with me.
Oh, yeah.
And that maybe I had left Him, but He didn't leave me.
That's right.
And He was right there with me crying. He knew what I was going to do, but loved me anyway. Loved all of us anyway. He knows what we were going to do. So, and He can forgive one abortion. He can forgive 77. He can forgive, even abortion doctors. It's all about. And Jesse had said it earlier. It's about perfect love casts out all fears. And so when you get a taste of perfect love through God, it fear does dissipate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for any
did not just say, well,
Story with women and abortion, and we did have Priscilla Coleman on earlier.
the family system, yeah.
Do you feel so? Self-condemnation,
Oh, yeah.
difficulty forgiving, that it's for me, that it's for everybody else, but it's not for me. Did you feel like that too?
I felt different because everyone else had children, and now at my age, everyone's having grandchildren, and I don't have any of that. What was your question again
Well,
about the?
did you have loss of your religious faith? Did you feel like you were so bad that you couldn't be forgiven, and so?
Right. God won't give me any more children because I allowed the one to be taken.
Okay. And that's so wrong. It might have been a consequence because of the procedure, right? I don't know. A lot of times, and what has happened is because and Gail Sheehy talks about life transitions in our lives. So what happened when they made abortion legal. So what happened, it's like when we get pregnant, we think, oh, well, another one can come along. And so we wait, and then we might get pregnant. Well, not yet, because I still have my career, and we come, and so it might be like you're later on in life. Well, then what happens is the longer you wait, there's an increase in infertility. You know,
right.
so it can be that women wait too long and then become infertile. So I don't know what your situation is, but you know, it wasn't punishment. It was.
I thought it was,
Yeah,
but
I
that's
know,
the
right,
point that
right.
you're trying to make,
Right, and so many people do think, and if they have a miscarriage after their abortion, well, God's punishing me.
Yeah, very
So-
common. I hear that with clients
Yeah.
too.
So what was your, and I'm sorry if I have forgotten, but what was like your key moment when you made all those connections that you were forgiven? That, I mean, was it a process for you? And
It was, and being in Scripture and Psalm 139 was my rock. Just camp on that and read it over and over and over and over and over and over, trying to get some sense of identity that was other than a shameful person who made this terrible decision. That, and I think the acceptance of the women in my small group. I think I was the only one who had an abortion.
or admitted it.
Or admitted it.
it,
That's
yeah.
right. It was a very spirit-filled, loving church, and so that was a big help. So I did not grow up in that sort of church. So yeah, Psalm 139, the book Tilly, and
what is Psalm 139?
You quoted from it. I think that was verse 4. I'm fearfully and wonderfully made.
Okay, you knit me together in my mother's womb.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And see, that still kind of just, it is a beautiful verse. If you can get past, like for me, get past that
Yeah.
that God's saying that to me. But yes, yeah,
Yeah, he knows
He
everything
does.
about me.
He does.
Yeah.
And you know, also something else that happened was John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And so it was like another spiritual transformation when you think, and my therapist had done this, so in John 3:16, it doesn't say, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever, except Kaylin Carlson.
Right.
So she said, you know, read that, whosoever. What does God want to say to you? For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever, including Kaylin Carlson, including Jackie,
That's
can
right.
have everlasting life.
That's right.
And so I went, yeah, I'm included.
I get it.
So when I was out there, it's like I am part of the family of God. You know?
Yeah,
So it was
yeah.
like yes,
Uh-huh.
and
I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
And he sees every tear and he wipes away every tear. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. And you're going to be here tomorrow with us.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just thank you so much for sharing. I know that took a lot of courage. And we are now going to take a little bit of a break, and we will be right back to close up this hour. Thank you. I so hope you're enjoying the Summit of Grace and listening to all of the speakers. You know, healing is a process, and this is a lot of content with over 50 speakers. And with healing as a process, you're going to gain information that you can take in at this point. But as healing is a process, you may want to go back and revisit some of the other speakers that maybe you have forgotten some of the things what they've said. And we are offering an all-access pass for $79 where you can go back and you can re-listen to some of the speakers. And this Summit of Grace was really not intended for you to take in all of these speakers, all of these 50 hours in one setting. To do your best healing, it is good to be able to go back and revisit some of the speakers and to learn new content as you move forward in your healing process. We hope these videos will provide answers that you may have towards abortion and be able to help in your healing journey. I hope you're enjoying the Summit of Grace and the content that we're sharing. You can visit us at choosegrace.com and learn more about us. We offer weekly blogs that educate and help understand abortion and its devastating effects. And we also have resources such as a devotional and a book called The Struggle is Real that help churches understand the impact that abortion can have. So we hope you will join us in your healing journey. The website again is choosegrace.com. Okay, we're back for the closing of the day. And all my friends are here, Dina, Margaret, Jackie, and myself. Well, my own friend.
Yeah.
Okay, so this has been a wonderful day full of information. Jackie, thank you so much for sharing your story. Dina, were you able to listen to Jackie's story?
I was, and I was so touched by it. I was listening, so I went and got Starbucks for everyone here on the set. So I was like sitting outside the studio, just listening on my phone, just so touched by the conversation. Thank you so much for sharing.
My pleasure, my honor. Thank you, Dina.
And Margaret?
Well, it was so moving. I've known Jackie for a good number of years here, and knew just smatterings of her story, but to hear it all together today, and then how you wove in your own work as a therapist and understandings. You know, people could relate, but then also hear information from both of you. You know, that was really wonderful. So thank you for sharing it. I was really touched by it.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Jackie, I was wondering, listening to your story, if you could kind of tell yourself something from very early in your journey of healing. Is there just kind of one piece? Because I feel like we're giving so much content and we're giving so much information today. And I'm wondering, kind of for the person out there who is where you were at the beginning of your healing, if you could give them kind of the most important or one or two important like nuggets for them to hold on to right now. I was just kind of wondering that.
My hope and for a woman facing what I did was to find somebody safe to talk to. I think it was really hard. I only had my ex-husband or my fiance at the time. There wasn't anyone else to talk to about it, and so I had no other input, only his. And I think he made the decision based on fear. And so I made my decision based on his fear. So I think it's really important to find someone safe to talk to. And that's not always a pastor. And so a Christian counselor or any counselor or a trusted older person.
I love that. And I'm thinking when you're saying that, there's a book, is it called Safe People? I know there's Safe People. That's a really good book if you're, I think if anyone's out there saying, like, I'm not sure if I have that person, I think that's a good book to help.
Yeah.
And it helped me in my own life kind of identify who are the people I can go to, because that's been I feel like that's been one of the threads that was woven through today, that interpersonal piece.
For sure. Yeah.
And because with the moral injury piece, trust is broken. And so needing a safe place to share is so important. And I want to, this is off track, but I want to also give Omega Graduate School. You know, we talk about safe places. And from my experience, I don't know about your experience, but when I went to Washburn University, I felt, you know, the religious beliefs and things, you know, they weren't really invited in or embraced. And with that type of learning, you're just fed information. And, you know, sometimes those universities aren't a safe place to learn what you want to learn. So and I had started off with, I've always wanted to have a ministry, and so I thought, well, I don't have the leadership skills because there's something that, you know, I haven't been able to start. So I started with a PhD in leadership, and it was, again, just, you know, feeding me what I needed to learn. And then I discovered Omega Graduate School, where it's a safe place to learn, so you can go and, you know, it's a faith learning integration program. And they're not paying me to say this. I just, to me, it's like this is part of my
we
journey.
love Omega.
You know,
Yeah.
just my journey is like here is it where I'm at. And because it was such a safe place to learn, you know, I had talked to, and they were in the interview on Monday, but I talked to Dr. David Ward, and, you know, he was telling me, you know, all about this and how I could be able to research whatever I wanted to research. And so I'm like, well, starting off with toxic shame. And so it was so encouraging, because abortion sometimes is not a place where universities want us necessarily to research or research it in a different way than, you know, what we really want to understand.
Point.
And it was through them that I was able to feel safe in my learning, that I discovered the moral injury piece. And so now it's like, wow, I am so, I mean, I would love this is my life. I want to just research moral injury and speak about it, and to share this knowledge. So I'm just like so excited now for this next phase. Like I felt like this was my time to share what I've learned so far, because I didn't want other people to hurt like I hurt. And that's why you're sharing, right? I mean,
Yes,
you
it
just
is.
don't want people to be in that pit of despair.
Stuck.
Yeah. And you want to share God's grace and love. And to choose grace, don't choose a life
Right.
of shame, regret, despair,
Right.
but hope, love, beauty.
Be open to the possibility that you can have, you can make a better decision, you can have a better life.
And to break free of the chains that bind you with choosing God's grace and choosing love. Yeah. And forgiving yourself, allowing others, and allowing God to forgive you. And then also asking for forgiveness from others for the harm you've caused. You know, that's the true reconciliation. And tomorrow we are going to be really taking a look at the forgiveness piece. We have world-renowned speaker Everett Worthington, and it's going to be talking about the forgiveness piece. And it's also going to be challenging as well, because we are going to be taking a deeper dive into the betrayal of legitimate authority. And and it's part of my journey, and understanding how sometimes our court systems and our legal systems, our judicial systems, can let us down. We will be interviewing Phil Klein, whom at the time was living in Kansas. I was a resident. I was living in Topeka, Kansas. So really hope you can tune in to that tomorrow. And Everett Worthington, we've got a full lineup. I don't have all of them right here, but let's see, I do. So we have, and Derek Futrell. Derek Futrell is my pastor, and he sat down with me, and he was one that I trust. You know, it's a church where I can trust. I remember sitting down with him and talking to him, and just a wonderful pastor, and just really able to connect on a deeper level. And then we have Father Frank Pavone. Father Frank Pavone is world-renowned. And this one, Donna Harrison, please, 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 you need to watch Donna Harrison, because she talks about the RU46, the medication abortion. And everybody needs to know this. And I've had people that were doing the editing, and they were like, man, you know, this information needs to get out. And that is a powerful, powerful interview. And then Phil Klein, then Sheila Harper, and she's with Save One, and we're also going to have a dear friend, Millie Lace, and she's going to be just awesome. And I want to also say we apologize to Lisa Kratz-Thomas. Her videos were supposed to be up yesterday, and we had some difficulties getting that up. So what we are doing, you can access Lisa Kratz-Thomas' interview today, and it's very powerful. She has a powerful story, and she also has a book, Light in the Darkness, and she tells about her abortions, about, you know, she was even human trafficked, drug addiction, and also she has written a book that talks about Bernard Nathanson. And Bernard Nathanson is the father, he's known as the father of abortion, and his story, she has tied that in, she has researched that, so you will get information on Bernard Nathanson because he introduced abortion, but then later on, through an ultrasound, he saw the baby, and so he spent the rest of his life advocating against it. So those are all really important.
I feel like it really rocked my world to watch that one and to learn about him and just really learn the history. I mean, the more you learn, I feel like the more it just hit home so deeply to watch her talk about his story of him realizing, no, this is not what I want, but it's like you can't take it, he couldn't take it back. That just, it really rocked me to learn that. So I would say that's definitely, there's so many must-watches tomorrow.
Yeah. And so Lisa Kratz-Thomas, we didn't get her video on Monday, so we are offering it today and tomorrow as well. So, you know, you'll have that opportunity. If you're registered, if you're signed into the Summit of Grace, you'll be able to have those access interviews. And also, I just want to give a plug to the staff, Dina and Lexi and Summer. They did an awesome job putting together a workbook. So if you're registered, you also get a workbook that has the notes with the interviews. You guys did it. And I really wasn't even involved in that, and you guys showed it to me. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is fantastic. You go.
Thank you.
So that was awesome as well. So today was a big day talking about shame, and I hope that we have been able to lift some of that shame and to provide the grace that God gives. And then with Jesse Gill, with all of that attachment, that was powerful. And do you have anything else that you would like to say as we close our day? I know I've been doing a lot of the talking, but...
Well, I wanted to mention too, if anyone's with us right now on Facebook, if you're with us on social media, when Kaylin said you have to be logged into the Summit of Grace to see all of the videos, we have so much for you beyond what you're seeing on social media. So if you've only joined us on social media, you can go to www.summitofgrace.com, and that's where you put in, everything's completely free, you just put in your email address, and that's how you get sent the workbooks and get sent the login so you can watch everything.
Okay.
I just had one other quick thought. It's just amazing how the Lord brought everyone together who you have found or have found you, and all those people who have registered, and all the people they're going to tell this story to. So, you know, God's working right now. It's really wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie?
Yeah.
Any closing thoughts?
Wow. I just, my heart goes out to anyone who is struggling and stuck in that place. I just want you to know that if you don't have the faith to believe that God loves you and accepts you, take our faith as a bridge, as a gap, because it's true.
Yeah. Another thing that we taking a look at moral injury prevention. The moral injury prevention, what can help us not be morally injured. And John Inser has a lot of valuable information as far as when you're in a pregnancy and it's a crisis, you know, how to calm down and the processes that you can take to make the decision to use your moral compass. And so those are, you know, I wish I would have had someone to slow me down and not be so geared to have an abortion.
Right.
And you just think about how was I just, you know, I was in that crisis situation, and he does a lot of educating on slowing people down and the need for that. And, you know, we're also going to be, you know, on part of the interviews that are not going to be aired tomorrow is Joel Bryant. And this is a controversial issue. Sometimes you hear two different things, but there is a link between, he believes, and as many others do, that there's a link between abortion and breast cancer. And he's going to be explaining that and how that works. And it does make sense. And so I would encourage anybody that's had an abortion, you know, to get a breast exam, because there is, according to him and many other people that believe that, a link between that and breast cancer. And so more to share tomorrow, and we are so thankful to join us today, and we hope that you will tune in tomorrow. And if you also, I love questions. I love answering questions. So you can ask questions at info@choosegrace.com or through Facebook, but we would really entertain your questions, and that to me is like, oh, I know that, and you know, so it's like having the joy to share my knowledge. But sometimes I forget, you know, all this journey. So.
Right. And we'll keep your name anonymous. If you message us through Facebook, we'll see what profile the question came from, but we won't say it. We won't repeat it as we're answering your question.
Okay. So, anything else that we should? Oh, yes, and the All Access Pass.
Yes.
So. I'd love to, this is a gift, this 3-day summit. And one thing that you can do is you can rewatch this, is that right? So we aired this live from 9 to 5, but it's going to cycle 2 more times. So if you've missed interviews or want to have, you know, the passes to today's interviews for the Saturday interviews, you can watch until your heart's content. And then, you know, Sunday as well. In order to help pay for this is, I'd love to offer it for free, but we do have bills to pay. And so when you purchase a All Access Pass for $79, it's an All Access Pass for your lifetime. You can go back, because this really wasn't meant to be something to take all at once, maybe just to go in pieces. And you're going to want to go back and hear some things that maybe you're ready for, as I was, you know, because I could not take in all this information. So the $79 pass will help us to pay for this summit, and if we, you know, are able to earn the money back, then it's going to go to more ministry opportunities, because I have a whole lot of stuff that I want to do, and so it's, you know, this is just the beginning.
Yes.
So,
and this is a wonderful gift. If there's a pastor in your life that you care about, a ministry leader in your life that you care about, anyone that has a sphere of influence, like a teacher, a coach, anyone who has people around them kind of looking to them and depending on them and coming to them for knowledge and wisdom and advice, this is a really wonderful gift to add to their personal and professional library, so that they can feel more confident and equipped and prepared to answer any of the questions on this issue. So you may want it for yourself, and it's also just a really great gift to a ministry leader, so that they're able to use this content.
Thank you. And, you know, if someone's hurting, they might give it as a gift and say, you know, I know that you're hurting from your abortion. This is something that you might think about watching, because I love you. And hopefully we've done it in a way that is not shaming or condemning to anyone, because, you know, we just all need love and forgiveness. So that might be another avenue to take if you really want to help someone that might be struggling. So thank you, and remember, tonight, take care of yourself. This is a lot of information. Take a bubble bath, enjoy nature, go for a walk. Take care of yourself as you've gone through this day, and be nice to yourself and love yourself and give yourself a pat on the back for joining us and being with us. So we will see you bright and early tomorrow on Sunday with Everett Worthington starting us out on forgiveness. So thank you, God bless you, and we'll see you tomorrow.